All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this November 18th budget meeting. I call it to order at 2:01 p.m. The meeting will be held in a hybrid manner where members of council, staff, and the public can attend council chambers at 263 Main Street, Odessa, or participate electronically. This meeting will be live streamed and recorded and will be available on the township's website. Members of the public who wish to provide comments under section 6.6 of the agenda open forum can do so when called upon by the chair. If participating electronically via Zoom, please use the raised hand function. And notice is hereby provided that under the authority of the Municipal Act 2001 and in accordance with the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, that all information obtained is considered part of the public record. And I would ask everyone that can to stand for the national anthem. We acknowledge that we are being hosted on ancestral lands of the Haudenosaunee, Mississauga, and Omama-Winneni peoples. We acknowledge and welcome the presence of all Indigenous peoples, including the Métis, Inuit, and other First Nations from across this vast land who also makes this place home. The lands we are on today are recognized in the Two-Row Wampum, Dish with One Spoon Treaty, Treaty 27, and the Crawford Purchase. We have an agenda before us. Can I get a confirmation of the agenda? Councillor Broderick, seconded by Mr. Mayor. Any edits and additions? Call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Can I have a motion to move into committee of the whole? Councillor Willis, seconded by Mr. Mayor. All those in favor? Motion is carried. We are in committee of the whole, so I call committee of the whole to order at 2:04. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? Seeing none, I would turn to the mayor for some opening comments and context with respect to our proceedings in light of recent legislative changes.
Thank you, Deputy. So as everyone's aware, the strong mayor powers were given to Loyalist Township this year. And as a result, I did work with staff more than what I normally would have during the development of this budget. We mostly to discuss, and also I did provide some direction and suggestions where applicable, trying to make it as streamlined as possible. I guess be remiss not to say that as you could see reading the budget, and after talking to staff, we realized quickly that this is a hard budget to bring forward. There have been a lot of increases in costs, and trying to keep the increase tax rate at a reasonable rate did take a lot of work. But the work was done. Staff worked very hard to identify areas to be able to trim and be able to bring forward the budget that they did. So just having said that, even with this, and with the strong mayor powers, one of the things that we wanted to do was keep it as traditional as possible while still meeting all of the requirements of the legislation. I believe we've done that. Even the presentation of the binder and it being presented by staff, we are following the typical process the best we can. Some of the terminology will be a little different with amendments and things like that. But I really hope that we are able to have good discussions and amendments if needed. And I guess just to wrap it up, just as stated in the town hall meetings, we are meeting all of the legislation while keeping it as traditional as possible, as comfortable as possible, and easy for everyone, including the viewing audience, to be able to follow along and without getting into the weeds of extra legislation talk that we don't need to. So with that, I appreciate the work that staff did. It started a long time ago and finally came to fruition. And especially our new director and of finance to step into the role and be able to help pull it together at the end with all of the work that the staff did to be able to provide all the information. It was great teamwork, and I look forward to working our way through the budget. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just make note that Councillors Innes and Parks are online with us currently. For the committee's awareness in terms of how we're going to proceed, this evening is relatively presentation heavy, but when we go through the presentations department by department, if there is particular direction to staff, either in terms of inclusions or exclusions or direction for more information, etc., if we could pass motions to that effect to give that direction to staff, and they'll take that back. So that's how we'll proceed. We'll be looking to take a break probably around 5 o'clock, depending either side of that hour where we are in the presentations, and come back hopefully around 5:30. So everybody can expect a break then. If there are any urgent biological breaks in the meantime, just get my eye. I am a sympathetic chair. And so now we can proceed to the meat and potatoes of this evening. So I will turn over to our Director of Finance.
Thank you very much, Deputy. And just to echo the mayor's comments, well, I happen to be the one sitting here making the majority of this first part of this presentation. This certainly has been a collaborative effort, and I just want to say thank you to all the staff who's really stepped up and really helped me. As the mayor alluded to, I'm fairly new in the position and just getting up to speed on everything, and just say thank you. It's definitely been a collaborative effort. So what I want to do tonight is kind of walk through some of this presentation. I'll talk for the first little bit. I want to talk a little bit about the engagement survey, talk a little bit about long-range financial planning, and then I'll have a few slides where I'll give kind of an overview of the budget just at a high level, and then we'll get into individual discussions about the individual departments, and I'll have my colleagues come up and join us here at the table as we go through those. And then if time allows, hopefully we can get into some capital budget discussions. And then at the end, we just have some summary slides and some potential recommendations and that sort of thing to go through at the end, whether we get to those today or at the next meeting. So in terms of the engagement survey, I think this information was presented to council or given to council as their package at the last council meeting. But just as a high level kind of overview, this slide outlines the number of respondents we had and breaks that down by ward, and also the amount of time that the residents have lived in the township. So just to give a bit of breakdown of the information and the responses and kind of where the individuals, how they interacted with that survey, whether it was through Facebook, the direct contact or website, just to give a little information on that. In terms of the information that we received back out of that survey, one of the things I just wanted to highlight, the top 5 priorities that were discussed or that kind of came out of that survey were emergency services, road maintenance, snow clearing, waste collection, and recreation facilities, which probably isn't a big surprise to most of the people sitting on council, as those seems to be normal priorities for residents. In terms of satisfaction with the services, over half of the residents were either satisfied or neutral about their municipal services. So while that might suggest there's a bit of room for improvement, there is a significant portion of the residents that hold a positive or fairly balanced view of the services that are received from the municipality. And then in terms of service enhancements, the top three items that were identified were waste collection, recreation facilities, and road maintenance. So those were kind of the top priorities and service enhancements that came out of the survey. Is there any questions about the survey before I jump into financial planning?
Committee?
Okay.
Carry on.
So the next couple slides, I just want to talk about some long-range financial planning and what a long-range financial plan is and what it consists of. And really what it is a financial roadmap for the township for over a long period of time. And generally it looks at a 10-year period, sometimes longer, but in general 10 years. And it's important to note that a long-range financial plan isn't just an asset management plan, or it isn't just a long-term capital plan. And while those are major components of that plan, it also takes into account other plans and other items that we have. And it brings all of those together into one area, and it gives us a nice financial plan to bring all of those together under one umbrella. And what we do, we make sure that we included all our different revenue sources, such as taxes and grants and reserves, or DCs, impost fees, debt, grants, all of those things. So we can show a balanced approach to moving forward and how we can afford all the things in those different plans. And it really gives an opportunity to have some high-level discussion with council when we bring that forward, to talk about council's priorities and service levels and debt levels and also reserve levels as well. So as I mentioned, these are just some of the plans that we'll be looking at when we pull this together. As I said, the asset management plan, facilities needs assessment, infrastructure master plan or DC study, water and sewer rate study, recreation parks and master plan, arts, culture, heritage master plan, fire master plan, and solid waste plan. And again, all of these plans have a financial component as part of them when they're put together, but it's bringing all those together so we have a good fulsome picture of the financial needs of the municipality, and then talk about how we can afford all those things moving forward. So the reason I bring this up is it's certainly it's one of the major projects on my list as we move forward. So the budget that's before you tonight, really the main focus is on this upcoming year. There is a 10-year capital spending plan in Appendix F, but it's not fully, there isn't a full funding picture included with that. So it's more of a plan on the things that we would like to do, but that'll also come into play as we build the long-term or long-range financial plan moving forward, and just to understand the affordability of everything in that plan. So again, what I'm hoping to have to bring to council early in 2026 is a long-range financial plan, and looking at a 10-year capital plan, and then also looking at an operational plan that's typically 4 or 5 years. 4 years is a term of council, obviously, but 5 years is a nice round number to have with that. So that'll be something that will definitely is the next thing that we'll be working on once we get the budget passed, and looking forward to bringing that to council early in 26, and that'll definitely provide us a very, very good roadmap for the 27 budget and the years beyond. So before I get into the actual budget overview, is there any questions on the long-term financial planning and what we're hoping to accomplish there?
Questions on the long-term financial planning? Peace.
Okay.
It's not for now. Carry
All right, perfect. Okay, so just as at a high level, and I know that council's generally aware of this, but just to make sure everybody who might be watching at home is aware, there's actually 6 different budgets coming before council that's contained within the budget book that's in front of you. So of course, we have our operational budget that's funded from our taxes and the general rate. And that's the majority or the big part of the budget and will consume the majority of the conversation we'll be having over the next couple days. Then of course, we have our utilities budget, which is our water and sewer area, which is funded from our user fees. And then, of course, we have capital budgets for both of those areas, a general rate capital budget and utilities budget. And then we have our Amherst Island ferry budget and our transit services budget, which are separate and they're funded from different sources. The ferry being funded from user fees and provincial Ministry of Transportation funding. And of course, transit services are a combination of user fees, specific tax rates, and also from provincial money from the MTO. So when we put the budget together, we had to make some assumptions. Of course, the budget's our best estimate at the time on what our expenses are going to be for the next year. And when it comes to tax rates, I just want to be clear that when we're talking about a 4.93% tax increase, we're only talking about the township portion of a tax bill. And of course, there are 3 components to a tax bill, that being one of the components. We then have the Lennox and Addington County tax rates, which is also makes up part of the bill, and we don't have those rates yet. They're generally set early in the spring. So once we have those, that will be the next component. And then we have the education rates that are set by the province. Now, at this point, they haven't been set yet, but they haven't changed in the last 2 or 3 years, mainly because there hasn't been a reassessment. So we're assuming they will probably not change, but we don't have that confirmation as of yet. So once, as I say, the conversations over the next couple of days are just about the township portion of that bill. And then once we have those other rates confirmed in the future, then that'll make up the total of the remainder of the bill. A couple other assumptions that we've made in putting the budget together. And again, we'll talk about some of these things in a little more detail as we move through. But we have a 5% allowance for OPP contract increases. So as of today, we still don't have the contracted amounts or the amount for 2026. So we haven't put a 5% allowance in the budget, knowing there will definitely be some increases. We're just not sure how much. And I just want to note that we also, if those do come in higher than the 5%, we have a reserve with just over 200,000 in it. That's specifically for policing costs that was put in, that was created in the 2025 budget. So if they do come in a bit higher, we can utilize some of that reserve money to handle that without having an additional tax increase moving forward. When it comes to investments in infrastructure, we have followed council's pre-approved direction. Council approved the asset management plan, I believe, last year. And in that, there was some direction around funding amounts for that plan. And we have followed that direction. And as we'll talk about as we go through, there's increased investments in capital built into the tax rates. And that's based on that approval. And the other comment I just wanted to make, you'll see when we get into the individual department budgets, there's lines for internal allocations, and you'll see in most of the budgets, there are a few changes to those this year. When we were working through putting the budgets together, we hadn't really done a good wholesome review of those in the last year or two, and that was undertaken this year. And as a result of that, there are some changes within the individual departments. And really what we wanted to make sure was that we were doing a good job and a proper job of allocating some of those administration costs. For example, CAO's office, clerk's department, finance department, those areas, making sure that we were allocating those costs so properly to all the different areas. And of course, some of that goes to our water and sewer area. So we're recovering part of those costs from those user rates. And in addition to transit and the ferry operations, and that allows us to again, recover some of those administration costs through those different funding sources. And so I just wanted to make that note. There will be some changes within the departments, but from a corporate point of view, there's no real change. It's just the allocation between the departments. So when we actually look at the general rate operating budget at a very high level, the budget before you is looking at a 4.93% tax increase with a taxation levy requirement of 24.6 million. So if the budget is approved as is, when we go to send the tax bills out next year, we'll be collecting 24.6 million from the residents and businesses within the township. We have included in our budget is $1.9 million for debt servicing costs, and which we'll talk about more in a minute. And we also have 3.2 million built into that. That's our contribution to capital. So of that 24.6 million that we're levying for taxes, think about the 3.2 million of that is going directly into capital infrastructure and capital improvements. So this slide basically captures the organization at a high level, basically broke down kind of by service and internal agents or external agencies and some of the departments. And what it does, it shows that we have a net levy requirement of 1.47 million. And that is, if you think about that, that's last year, the money we levied. This year, we need another 1.47 million to cover all the costs that are built into this budget. And then this slide basically takes that same information and just summarizes it by revenue and expense type. So we got the different types of revenues, different types of expenses, salary, wages, debt, those types of things. And again, you can see it comes back to that $1.47 million number. And it shows what we need to be levying for this year. So the next couple slides, I want to talk about just some more highlights. And I guess the first couple slides are items that I want to highlight that I feel are strategic investments that would be made by this council if the budget was approved by the way it is. And so in this budget, we have an additional 40,000 for doctor recruitment, and that would allow us to hire or bring on 2 additional doctors from what we currently have. So that's definitely an investment for our residents. We have an additional 674,000 built in for staffing and programming at the Henderson Community Center. And again, that's based on the expansion that's gone on there with the arena now being operational full time. And it also looks at staffing for the pool coming on midway through 2026. So while that's a big number in staffing, it's also important to note that we do have a fair amount of additional revenue coming in terms of user fees and rental fees to offset that. So it's not the full hit, but there is some definitely investment in that. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we talked about our capital investment. We've got 358,000 of new capital investment for infrastructure built into the plan. We've got just over 110,000 of additional money for fleet. We've got 100,000 built in to start the implementation of the IT master plan that was approved last year. Money for cyber incidents response plan, which seems to be becoming more and more important every day. It's hardly a day goes by that you don't hear about organizations being attacked that way. So it's important that we're prepared for that. We have money, 700,000 of CIP for investment through affordable housing and purpose-built rentals. And again, the nice part is while we're making that investment, that's being funded by the half funding that we have already received. And then we got money for zoning bylaw update, community tree initiative, and digitization of building files. So these are all things that are helping us invest in the future as we move forward. In terms of items that we just have increased costs for, the first one is debt servicing costs. And there's actually a couple components of this. The major component, of course, is the debt servicing that we'll be taking on for the Henderson project. And that will be coming into effect in 26. And then we also have some debt that we have to pick up for projects that have been approved over the last couple of years by council that we haven't financed yet. So that's sitting there as unfinanced, and we'll be turning those into debentures and long-term loans in 2026. So we needed to make sure those costs were built into this budget. It's important to note that the debt that we'll be taking on for the Henderson, not only, there's two different funding sources for that debt. So there's debt that will be funded from the general tax rate. And there's also debt that we'll be taking on for development charges. So if council remembers, when that project was approved, a significant funding source for that was from development charges. Obviously, we were building that for the future, and part of that expansion would be covered by development charges. And I believe the number was around 8 or 9 million initially, and that number is now will be whatever it ends up being with the final build. We don't have that much money in a bank account from development charges. While we collect development charges every year, we don't have that 9 million sitting in the bank. So under the development charges, we are able to borrow that money, and then we will use the development charges to repay that portion of the debt as we move forward. So even though we're taking on $9 or $10 million of additional debt for the development charges will cover that. So it doesn't have to be paid for by the general tax rate. So it's just important to keep that in mind as we move forward, even though if we just look at the actual debt number increase, it is very substantial, but there's 750,000 of that will be covered by development charges. So there's a significant portion of it. A couple other areas that we have cost increases. We have some increase in some WSIB costs in our emergency services. We have a pit reserve transfer that we needed to correct from prior year. And our insurance premiums have increased by about 52,000 across the organization. And then I just wanted to make a note because it's easy to talk about all these costs and they've increased, but when you take out kind of these higher level items that we've talked about and you look at the rest of our departmental budgets, everything else basically works out to around 2%. So when you think about just general materials and even wages, supplies, that sort of thing, other than kind of these main high level items that we're talking about here, the rest of our budgets are all sitting around 2%. So I'm just noting that, as I think we've done as good a job as we can to try and go through and cut out some of those things in those budgets, and knowing that this was a substantial budget increase that we were presenting to try and get that number down as low as we could. In terms of external agencies, I'm just highlighting these because they're really items that the council really doesn't have a whole lot of control over. The first one being our OPP, which I mentioned earlier. So that 5% equates to $125,000 to our bottom line. And the Cataraqui Conservation Authority budget's up 66,000 as well. So if you equate those two numbers at 190,000, that's just over 0.75% of a tax increase. So if you think about the 4.9, 3/4 of that, 3/4 of 1% of that is related to these two items, which council really doesn't have a lot of control over. Okay. So we've talked about all these cost increases. There's also some good news in the terms of additional revenues as well. So we have some additional OMPF funding from the province, additional PIL money. We have actually a significant increase from the County of LNA for maintenance. The new agreement that will be coming into place in 2026 will allow for 100% recovery, as well as some admin costs. So there'll be definitely some additional recovery money coming through that agreement, which is definitely helpful. We're looking at where our actuals are in terms of interest on taxes and interest revenue. We feel we can increase that as well. In discussions with our fire department, we are looking at increasing the revenue from the fire training center, so making better use of that. And we also have an increase in our recreation and parks area due to fees and other revenues. So, and as I mentioned earlier, when we were putting the budget together, not only did we look at all the things that we could do to get it down as much as we could, we also said, okay, when looking at a couple things in particular, the Henderson project and some of the debt that we were taking on, which is combined over a couple years. It's not all applicable to the last year. We looked at, okay, in particular, the Henderson project, this really is, from my point of view, a generational project. And to try and absorb all of those costs in 1 year, really, to me, isn't really the best way to do that, because it is a substantial increase, but it's also something in a project that's going to last for a number of years. So what we have proposed in the budget is to take $350,000 from our rate stabilization reserve in 2026 to offset some of those costs. So again, next year we'll have to reevaluate this, but what I'm kind of looking at is that we can kind of phase these costs in over 3 years, and that will be a much more stable increase as we move forward, rather than a huge blip in 1 year and then not having that to pick up in the next year. In addition, with the new debt costs coming on, we're also looking at utilizing some of that rate stabilization reserve again to flow those debt costs into the bottom line over the next couple of years rather than all in 1 year. And again, we had some utility cost decrease at Henderson and $212,000 reduction in recycling costs due to the being picked up with the producer responsibility. So when you kind of add all those things up, again, we come back to that $1.47 million levy. I just wanted to note here as well that we have estimated there's about $300,000 of new revenue from new assessments. So if you think about the growth aspect of it, that's basically what we have built into the budget for new growth coming forward into 2026. So again, this slide basically breaks down the tax rates. We've got the 4.9% for the township portion. And then the 1.3 basically is an estimate at this time, knowing that's if the county and the province don't change their rates, because they also make up a portion of the bill. We'd be looking at 1.3. Now, that will probably increase depending on what the county ends up with, but hopefully the province keeps theirs where they are, and there'll be some room there as well. This slide here basically breaks out what an average tax bill would be. So an average tax bill in the township works out to be about $208 a month under the scenario that's in front of you. And this basically breaks down kind of the different areas and investment in capital, debt, reserves, contributions into what that would look like. So of the 208 every month, how much of that money goes to those different areas. And then this slide here basically just compares our residential tax rate to some of our neighbors and some of our main comparators. Again, just to note, this is based on the 2025 rates, because the majority of municipalities are in the same situation as we are, going through to set their 2026 budgets. So we don't really have the 26 rates to compare, but this is based on where we would fall in the comparison based on the 2025 rates. So that basically concludes my high-level overview of kind of the main things in the budget. So I just wanted to pause there to see if there was any kind of general questions or high-level questions, because the next step is basically we would get into the individual departmental budgets and into those discussions.
Not yet. Councillor Pronerick?
Thank you, David, for the presentation. More of a comment, and we talked about this yesterday, just the somebody up at the front here, his eyes sort of went up when they saw the 25% for CRCA. And that's just based on a smaller number. And basically it's part of the 10-year plan, because I know coming up, the Wilton Dam is going to need some work over the 10 years. So we're trying to do the same thing, spread it over 10 years.
Other questions? high level. Okay,
All right. So now we'll get into the departmental ones. And unfortunately, you get to hear from me a little bit more. I got the first two or three, and then we'll get into letting some other directors come up. So the first one we've got is basically non-departmental, which really is what it is. This is kind of a catch-all for items that don't really fit into a specific budget. And if you're following along in your binder, this is on page 24 under tab 3. So again, this basically catches the majority of the changes in this budget really are around the debt. You can see the debt principal is up 1.3 million from last year. And again, that's basically from the Henderson and the other debt that we have to take on. And again, if you see the transfer from reserves, 750,000 of that 1.185 is from development charges to offset that portion. And then the rest of that is the other couple items we talked about to bring in reserve money to mitigate some of those other costs. In terms of the capital contribution, again, that's based on the capital that we talked about earlier, based on council's previous direction. Excuse me. And again, there's some adjustments in the internal allocation, but again, that nets out throughout the organization. Yeah, we talked about the payment in lieu of taxes and some of those items before. So that's really kind of my comments on that area. Again, if there's any questions before we move on, happy to answer.
any questions on non-departmental? No, carry on.
Okay. The next one, this one is again pretty straightforward. External agencies. We kind of talked about this in my overview. The only thing I was really going to note here is just under contribution to reserves. You can see that 208,000 was in the budget last year, which was the excess over what the billing was, and we don't have that in the budget this year as a contribution to the reserve, but it's sitting in the reserve to use if we need to utilize it for those OPP costs. And really the only other two things in there are the conservation authorities and the OPP that we talked about. So again, fairly straightforward, but if there's any questions, any additional questions? Okay. The next area is CAO and human resources. So a couple of things I'll just highlight here in the salaries and benefits area. So again, just a general comment. Last year, the CAO was in the community services and strategic initiatives area, and this year we brought it into the human, combine it with HR. So that's part of this change. Under the salaries, we have an admin position for HR and the coverage of a maternity leave. And just to note, the transfer from reserves, we're funding that maternity leave from reserves because it's a one-time cost. It's not reoccurring. That will happen in 26. We are funding that or proposing to fund that from the reserve. Because again, in 27, we won't have that expense. And again, under supplies and materials, just some memberships, and this it's really just a consolidation of the two areas coming together is really what the effects are on that budget. And then, yeah, there was a reduction in the one-time expenses for contracted services and a bit of an increase in our training budget. So that's really kind of the highlights of that area. Again, happy to take any questions.
Council?
Okay. And the final one for me is the finance budget. And again, this one's fairly straightforward. There's not a whole lot in this budget. We've reallocated some of the printing expenses out of supplies or out of contracted services into supplies. And we've added in 6,000 into that supplies area for the audit. We did an RFP last year. We have new auditors as of last year, and just making sure we have the proper amount in to cover that. And the only other item I'll talk about is we have consolidated the banking fees across the organization into the finance area. That's about 12,000 of that 27. So we're noting it here. In other departments, there'll be a small decrease, a few $100s here and there, which probably won't get mentioned about in the presentation because it is so small. But that is part of the increase in this budget. So, and I think, yeah, those are the kind of the couple main items under the finance area. So again, if there's any comments or questions,
Questions for
be happy to
finance
take it.
department? Councillor Willis.
Through the chair, is it a requirement that tax bills be printed and mailed, or could we have people sign up to get them electronically?
Chair through Councillor Willis, yes, they can be electronic and we do offer that. Do we not? Not yet.
Other questions? Okay.
Okay.
Over to corporate services.
All right. So I'm happy to turn the floor over.
To Ms. Campbell. Please proceed, Director Campbell.
Thank you. So I'm going to speak to the Corporate Services Strategy and Innovation General and Council Budget section, which is included on pages 37 and 38 of the binder. Then the managers within the department will come to speak to the impacts and outcomes for the divisions they lead. So that will include clerks, IT, and marketing and communications. So for 2026, the council budget remains largely the same, save for inflationary and cost of living impacts. The key operating changes in the CSSI general budget are focused on improvements relating to the strategic priorities of developing a customer service framework and a corporate records management plan, as well as those related to housing. So this includes interim staffing proposals such as the continuation of the Housing Accelerator Fund coordinator and short-term administrative support, both of which are proposed to be funded through transfers from reserves. And the net increase in the CSSI general and council budget is largely resultant from changes to the internal allocations calculation, as was described by the Director of Finance. So these are amounts charged to other non-general rate areas for services provided by the corporate services team. And in 2026, to better reflect expenses between the CSSI general area and the clerks division, there's a $115,000 decrease to internal allocations in CSSI general, which is proposed to now be reflected in the clerks division. A few of the large increases in expenses that you see result from the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan, and these are offset completely by increased transfers from reserves to reflect that they are fully funded by federal half funding through CMHC. These initiatives are being undertaken in partnership with the Economic Growth and Community Development Services Department, and they're tied to the strategic priorities of identifying surplus land for affordable housing and encouraging more forms of housing. These expenses include approximately $60,000 in salaries, as mentioned above, about $290,000 in contracted services and legal fees to support the planning review and sale of lands, and an estimated $700,000 in budgeted incentives that are related to the affordable and purpose-built rental CIP. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the general area before the clerk speaks about that division.
Councillor Willis.
Thank you, through the chair. You note a $115,000 decrease in salaries because of the reallocation to the clerk. But am I reading the table correctly? Because it looks like there's a $150,000 increase.
So through the chair, to Councillor Willis, the reduction is the reduction in the internal allocations line at the bottom of the expenses on page 38 of the binder. So it looks almost like it's a reduced credit. Getting this right? So that's monies coming from other departments into this area. So that's being reduced. The increased salaries and wages, that's for the flow-through funded half coordinator, as well as the administrative support for some of the other items that I noted that's being proposed, and then cost of living adjustments for the rest.
Other questions? Councilor Broderick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I can just ask you, the 287,500, you said it quickly there, the declaration sale of surplus land, so that, all that money's from the Housing Accelerator Fund, and that's basically administrative. That isn't what we hope to make, right? That's all to pay for it, and then,
Through the chair to Councillor Broderick, that's correct. So it reflects approximately $255,000 for the rezoning and subdividing and servicing study that we're proposing, as well as archaeological review and legal survey work, and then an estimated $32,500 in legal fees. Those are expenses that are going to be paid for by the Housing Accelerator Fund, which is reflected in the transfers from reserves. And yes, those are the expenses for preparing that land. And then there may be portions of that land that are donated and portions of that land that would be sold. Those revenues from sale are not specifically reflected in the 2026 budget because we're not 100% clear on what they might be and what the timing of them might be. They may not occur until 2027 or later.
Other questions? Okay, Clerk's Division. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, committee. So I'll be presenting on the clerk's cemetery and election budget. So to highlight the changes for the clerk's division, it's status quo. Some of the expenses are related to salary and professional development. So that doesn't, that remains unchanged. With respect to cemeteries, the expenses include contracted services for ground maintenance, grass cutting, tree trimming, headstone maintenance, and expenses related to opening and closing of the graves, as well as installing cornerstones for newly purchased plots. The township owns 10 cemeteries, 3 of which are active. So there is quite a bit of expenses related to the maintenance of those cemeteries. The other expenses with respect to cemeteries is also headstone repair. So back in 2024, we started inspections on the monuments at those cemeteries, and we've identified 12 monuments that were in critical need of repairs. In 2025, we were able to repair 6 out of the 12 headstones through the Community Grant Fund, and we'd like to continue that work for the remaining 6. The other expense to highlight for you is the elections reserve and the budget for the upcoming general election. So it is common practice for municipalities to put away certain funds for the conduct of the election. In 2023 and 24, the municipality put away $15,000 each. And then in 2025, it was $20,000. So that's where you get that $50,000 from. In 2026, staff are anticipating or have proposed $30,000 to be allocated for additionally allocated for election preparation and the conduct of the election. And this is related to some of the components that was presented back in July relating to the voting methods report. And some of the costs include vendor services, mailing out voter notification cards, electronic voters list management tool, which is an electronic tool that we use to manage and add residents to the voters list, voting location expenses, hiring community members to work the election and help the clerk's office with the conduct of the election, and then also communication items to help communicate election materials to the public. The other element that I wanted to highlight, which is in the previous slide, is the OPP budget. So the clerk's office for Loyalist Township supports the newly established OPP detachment board, and the board services the 4 lower tier municipalities in Lennox and Addington. And the legislation permits the board to prepare and adopt its own budget. So council doesn't really have a lot of say in the board's expenses. And the legislation requires that the board's expenses is shared equally among the municipalities that it services, unless the board decides otherwise. So that is where that expense is coming from. The portion for Loyalist Township is only $5,700 out of the entirety of the board's 2026 budget.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Questions for the Clerk's Division? Seeing none. Mr. Hooper. Carry on, Mr. Hooper.
Pleased to present the 2026 Information Technology Budget. At first glance, as you can see in the table, the budget shows an increase of $346,000. However, of the $346,000 increase, $171,000 of this is due to the recalculation of internal allocations that was mentioned throughout other presentations, as well as on slide 10 of the budget overview. After this recalculation, information technology is looking at an approximate increase of around $175,000 or 18% year over year. The majority of this increase stems from a couple of areas. Firstly, software and licensing, which accounts for over 65% of IT's operating budget, will see an increase of $75,000. This is mostly due to annual license cost increases, procuring additional licenses that are required for securing software applications, as well as some additional license expenses that only occur once every several years. A further $100,000 is budgeted for contracted services that are related to the implementation of the IT and GIS master plan, which is part of the overall Loyalist Township strategic plan. Last thing I'd like to point out is the further $50,000 increase for professional fees. This is related to enhancing security on existing software platforms, as well as fees related to upgrading the internal GIS infrastructure. If there's any questions, I would gladly answer those for you.
Thank you, Mr. Hooper. Questions for IT? Councilor Broderick.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just could you just give me an idea of some of the contracted services that we contract on a regular basis?
So we have our managed service provider, which is they manage a lot of the back-end infrastructure for like server environment, that kind of thing. And then we use contracted services for specific areas of expertise. For instance, setting up the GIS servers, or hiring a contractor that is like a cybersecurity expert, whereas we don't have that kind of expertise in-house.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. You mentioned licenses that aren't annual. Every so often, there'd be a membership fee. Are we set up with reserves for that, or is it just as they come up for payment, it just comes out of that year?
Those are, well, I track them manually, and as I know they're coming due, I will add those to the software budget or the licenses lines. So no, there's no reserves that I'm aware of. We just build them into the operating budget as we know they're coming.
Thank you.
Other questions for IT? Thank you, Mr. Hooper. Marketing and Communications, Mr. Cornelius. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. As shown on the slide, the proposed marketing and communications budget expenses are generally consistent with what was presented and approved in the 2025 budget. The communications division will be continuing its focusing on leveraging some of the existing tools at our disposal. And just looking ahead to 2026, the division anticipates providing increased marketing and communications support to the Recreation, Parks and Facilities Division as we prepare for the opening of the Bar Homes Aquatic Center and the expanded program offerings that will be available at the center. And additionally, the additional revenue targets that the Director of Finance spoke to earlier in the presentation. These marketing expenses, though, will be reflected on the Recreation, Parks and Facilities budget, which will be presented a little bit later this evening. So in the lead up, though, to the opening of the Recreation Center, we'll be focusing on supporting the revitalization campaign as well, including the development of donor recognition materials, facility signage, and related assets as well. And just as mentioned off the top, the division will be continuing to promote awareness and use of communication tools that have been funded through recent budgets as well. So these include Engaged Loyalists, the township's online engagement and public participation platform, which was launched in late 2024, and the new municipal website, which was launched in the summer of this year. In response to resident feedback that we've received as well, the township has also launched a new biweekly email newsletter, which was launched this month. And the purpose of this is to help keep residents and the community informed about projects, programs, and events and other local initiatives that are happening in the community. So far, we've already had a couple hundred residents register to receive emails. So we've received a positive response there. And then when combined with our monthly Explore and Play newsletter, this provides us with a communication tool that enables us to connect with approximately 5,000 residents and interested parties. So it just really helps create additional reach without a further investment. Finally, the division will also be working collaboratively with other township departments on the development of an integrated communication and marketing strategy for the corporation in 2026. And this was an objective that was identified in the strategic plan, which we will be developing using internal resources. And that's all I have. So I'd welcome any questions if there are any.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for marketing and communications? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you to corporate services. Over to emergency services.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you. So I'm presenting the 2026 budget for emergency services. Overall, we are seeing a 12% increase. It's mostly due to basically two different factors. One is our salaries and wages between both the full-time staff and the paid on-call staff, as well as our contracted services. And then the biggest thing with our contracted services is Deputy Grenham has done a really good job in 2025 of identifying a lot of concerns that we had with mostly our buildings. Just the making sure we getting general maintenance done on a regular schedule, things like our garage doors getting serviced regularly, HVAC systems being serviced regularly, different inspections and certifications that go along with our building maintenance. So that's where you're seeing that increase. Other than that, our fire fleet's contracted services. So we have contracted some of our fleet services out due to a staffing thing that we have. So our fire fleet is being contracted out. So there's a little more on that. Training and recertification courses. This is our final year heading into our certification requirement through the province that's due July 1st. So we have seen an increase in our cost of training going up. Training center cost recovery. We had a really, really good year at the training center this year, thanks to Deputy Bennett. And he's been building that capacity within the training center. And next year, we anticipate more revenue coming from the training center. So a good news story there. fire station building maintenance I talked about, and radio and pager replacement. So there's a capital project that we'll talk about later for radio replacement. So that dropped our operating expenses because we transitioned it to capital. So those are our big key operating charges for 2026. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Questions for the chief? Councillor Buderick.
Just a quick question through the chief. The contracted services, is this something that we might be working towards bringing back in-house once we've filled, I guess, any of the holes that we may have come across?
Are we talking for the fleet? Just to clarify.
My apologies, just the biggest increase you show on here is, and it's not like large dollars, but it is contracted services, and you said it was because we're missing something is kind of what you said in there, and I was just curious if we fill that hole that we've got that brought back in-house. That's all.
Yeah, right now we just have our mechanic is off right now, so when he comes back, that would definitely change that cost center for sure. It would be the cost would be based in-house on different parts and sources that he would find.
Other questions? Councillor Willis.
Thank you. Through the chair, the chief and I have had a brief discussion about this earlier, but one of the citizens of Loyalist Township had a car accident in Kingston and received a bill for the emergency response because she was not a resident of Kingston, which was subsequently paid for by her auto insurance. And I just wonder, is that an opportunity that we should be looking at, perhaps not in this budget year, but in future ones, to recover costs for our responses to people from outside the township?
Yep, that's definitely through the chair. It's a common practice in emergency services. So right now we do it on all the Kings highways. We build through the MTO system to do that, and then we can definitely do our county roads and our municipal roads as well. It would be an internal process, not through the MTO building, but it's definitely an option that we could explore further.
Other questions for the chief? Seeing none, thank you, chief.
Thank you.
Okay. EGADS. Director Merritt, you'll give it an overview? Or are we going straight to Mr. McDonald? Straight to Mr. McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So for the engineering and environment operating budget this year, it's very much a status quo budget. There's a few minor changes that most of my colleagues have touched on already, internal allocations, wages with inflationary pressures there, so I won't go into those details. There are two items that I wanted to draw council's attention to. The first is the new revenue item that's captured in the 2026 draft budget. This is not new revenue to the township. This revenue had previously been accounted for in development services, but it does reflect engineering time spent on development files. So it's being reallocated to my operating budget. And then the second piece that I wanted to touch on as well is the proposed community tree program. So if council will recall, in early 2025, the township ran a community tree program where we subsidized the purchase of trees for residents. We subsidized the purchase of 125 trees, and the program was quite well received. We brought a report back to council in the end of summer and received direction to bring forward this proposal during the operating budget. So we are proposing to double that program and fund it via operating expense here. And that's what that $24,000 there is. As a note, that is a program that's run by engineering, but it is, you won't see it captured on page 54 of the budget binder. It is within the development services accounting. So that's why those numbers might not line up there. Happy to answer any questions.
Mr. McDonald, any questions for engineering? None. Development services. Ms. Furness, please proceed.
Thank you. Through the chair. So development services, it's kind of split out into development services and building, as the building is cost recovery. So for development services, that encompasses planning, heritage, economic development, the Loyalist East Business Park, as well as all of our recoverable expenses that we can charge back to developers. So the more significant highlights for 2026 is the township's development charges bylaws due to be updated next year. So there's a $50,000 that's budgeted for the development charges background study. This can be covered though through development charges themselves though. We have some strategic initiatives planned to continue to move forward, including the zoning bylaw review, which has a $20,000 impact. Half of that can be covered by development charges. And that's as a result of a parking consultant being retained to review all of our current zoning parking rates and technical parking requirements in the zoning bylaw. Change to the heritage component is proposing $5,000 to introduce the heritage grant program back into the budget. And other revenue captured in this chart includes $479,690 in land sales. And that's a result of 3 lots in the business park that have conditional purchase and sale agreements that are moving well along with their site plan applications. And we're expecting to close in 2026. And I should also note that there's currently a fee review occurring right now for our Planning Act applications, as fees have not been reviewed or updated since 2016. So we're charging quite little in comparison to a lot of our municipal comparators. So we're anticipating that our Planning Act fees as a result of this review could almost double in what we're collecting in revenue. So that's going to be being brought forward to the Committee of the Whole meeting on November 25th. And any fees approved as part of that process then will be reflected in the final budget revenue for development services. Overall, the net levy proposed for 2025 is $751,940. So that's a 10% increase from 2025. Next slide, please. So then just building, significant changes in building from 2025, which is cost recovery. Building permit fees are projected to decrease by about 5% in 2026 as permit numbers have kind of consistently gone down and kind of leveling off to numbers kind of pre-COVID. Other revenue in this chart include septic permit fees as well as zoning compliance letters, which we see a bigger uptake on. The largest expense increase for building is the building permit file scanning that needs to occur. So we have about 168 boxes of older permits and drawings, with the majority of those being stored away in a CCAN at the County 6 Roads Garage. It's not climate controlled and there's already damage being done to the files. So it's important for our building staff to have access to these for a number of reasons. So they're inconvenient to obtain when we have questions come up and needing to get them, and then as well as that they're the damage is starting to occur to them. So that requires retaining a company to digitize all of these files. So that carries a cost of about $75,000 to it. As mentioned, building is cost recovery. There's no impact on the operating budget. Expenses that can't be covered by revenue, we have that taken from building reserve funds, which had previously built up a fair amount due to the significant building permit numbers that we had during the COVID years. So that's and then move to the next slide. That's just a summary of some of the highlighted ones in regards to the increase of the planning studies, bringing back the heritage grant, the building file scanning, and building permit fees going down. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Furness? Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. I think I know the answer. I'm going to ask the question anyways. The reserve at a 431% increase, is that from the Housing Accelerator Fund, or where's that come from?
Oh, it's the, yeah.
Yeah, so through you, the chair to Councillor Project. So that's essentially capturing the files. It's not the half funding, it's the files that are being digitized. So that $75,000 has to get taken out of that. As well as the revenue shortfall from the building, receiving less building permits as well. So in order to make up, to fund those costs, it has to be taken from the reserves that we had built up before.
So the 431% is revenue, right? So you're taking, that is out of a fund to pay the other stuff that adds up to 75 or whatever you said it was, is that?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Product. So we have had additional, that department nets to zero. In prior years, we've had surpluses at the end of the year in that department, which we've put away into a reserve that's specific for that department. And so that 134,000 is made up of two components. One is to cover the 75,000 one-time expense for the scanning and digitizing of the files. And then the rest of it is to make that department come to zero. Yep.
Councillor Willis.
Through the chair. How much money is in that reserve right now? And I guess my second question would be, how many years of declining building permit activity do we have before we exhaust that reserve?
Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Willis. If by utilizing those funds this year, we should have just over 1.1 million left in that reserve for future years.
Other questions for Ms. Furness? Seeing none? And Ms. McFarland. Perfect. Right.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Matthew Cebulski, Recreation Manager, and today I will be presenting the 2026 operating and capital budgets for recreation, parks, and facilities. We'll be outlining some key changes from the 2025 approved budget and highlighting some key drivers that are changing approved changes or drafted changes for this budget in 2026. So division overview does outline a increase of almost $600,000 at $5.6 million for the draft operating budget. Previous year was just over $5 million, so we're looking at a 12% increase for 2026 from 2025. The net levy requirement does correlate to an increase of 8% over 2025 at $362,000 and $362,000. This increase does reflect the transition from a construction status project to a full service delivery at the W.J. Henderson Recreation Center. And this does include the components of aquatic reopening, arena life cycle work, as well as staffing for safe operations. Some key changes from the operating budget are some additional drivers to revenue recovery as service does resume. So we will see some fees and users charges revenue boosts of almost $153,000, or reflective to a 60% increase based off the 2025 budget. Our rental revenues for arenas, pools, parks, and sports fields would see an overall increase of $25,000, or a 6% increase from revenue from 25 to 2026. And our other revenue, our revenue line would see an increase of around 322%, or just under $70,000. And this would be attributed to additional advertising opportunities, sponsorships, administrative recovery, community room rentals, as well as pro shop retail sales. Some key changes for our expenses from the 2025 budget to the 2026 budget would be an increase of 24% to our salaries, wages, and benefits. And that would outline at a remuneration of $690,000 as an increase for 2026 compared to 2025. And this would cover aquatic reopening, extended hours, as well as legislative coverage at the WJH. We would see a reduction in utility costs by $55,000, or 8% based off of 2025 to 2026. And this would be a transition to our heat recovery systems post-renewal being online and seeing some utility savings from there. We are anticipating an increase to our contracted services line at just over $7,000, and that would represent a 2% increase from 2025 to 2026. This is attributed to increased pool and arena support scopes, as well as increased contracted services costs associated with Simcoe refrigeration services, as well as lift maintenance for the WJH. Overall, supplies and materials would see a 1% increase or decrease, and that would be an overall remuneration of $5,400. And some targeted line refinements for the 2026 budget compared to the 2026 or to the 2025 budget would see a savings, or an addition, sorry about that, of advertising and communications expenditures by $12,000, an increase to sports field maintenance by $3,860, and facility operating costs at the FGH house increasing by just under $3,000. Again, the key revenue and operating lines that we would be seeing that are direct reflective changes from the previous year's budget to this year's budget are aquatic programming fees that are specifically driving $153,000 in revenue increases, aquatic lessons and leadership programs resuming and driving a revenue increase of $209,000. And arena revenue post-construction stabilization, resulting in remuneration of a revenue increase of $77,000. Some major impacts that are driving this budget are the WJH renewal project that we've already alluded to. So the WJH recreation renewal continues to shape operations and staffing requirements in 2026, and they're quite exhaustive and expansive. The operating impact reflects transition from, again, a construction to a full service delivery facility, including compliance with provincial standards and reliable customer service experiences and expectations. Some components that are considering influencing our 2026 budget are the seasonal arena shutdown. So from April 10th to September, there is a closure window to accommodate annual maintenance requirements, execution of a capital project that is on the timeline, which includes an arena ceiling revitalization, and preparation for floor-based programming and rental opportunities during summer operational months. Post-project, the arena will transition to multi-use floor programming. So this will enable some additional community rentals, fitness activities, and township-led programmings during non-ice months to optimize facility utilization and revenue recovery. This will lead into the aquatic center ramp up and the staffing models that are required. So due to the extensive needs of the two pool staffing model aligned with Ontario pool regulations and life-saving society supervision ratios, there is a need for ensuring that we have the right amount of oversight required for lesson delivery, deck supervision, change room monitoring, water testing, and statutory holiday coverage. So this is being designed to reduce unplanned closures or service disruptions at the facility. Some actual micro level staffing needs of the WJ Henderson Renewal Project. So the Aquatic Center staffing model will really require a robust roster of part-time staff to allow for efficient service delivery. Some of these considerations include some full-time positions, an increase for our aquatic programmer position. So this was originally approved in the 2025 budget, but recruitment and onboarding would take place in 2026. So this would be overseeing onboarding and training of aquatic staff, supervisional part-time instructors, and ensuring compliance with safety standards. And then we'd be breaking down into the needs for part-time positions, which really require a lot of the request here for an increased budget. So we would be looking at onboarding our lifeguards, our swim instructors, our aquafit instructors, as well as additional support staff. The total roster requirement just for our aquatic facility component would be about 40 to 60 part-time aquatic staff, just to ensure coverage for lessons, public swims, and leadership programs are delivered efficiently, and proper coverage for PTO and statutory holiday operations. This also leads into the additional needs for facility operations and oversight. So we would have 3 additional recreation attendants, which were approved in the 2025 budget, but will be recruited in 2026, just to outline the needs for the facility operation roster. And this will also parlay into increased RSR or customer service coverage. So additional recreation service representatives will be required to just manage front of house operations, intake program registration, payment processing, and be frontline inquiry and front of house operations. Financial impact for the total staffing increase out of that $690,000 increase to our overall budget line, $674,000 of that is dedicated to the WJH staffing needs. 17% of that breaks down to facility operations additions. 17% breaks down to additional customer service representative requirements. And then the final 66% that's remaining does envelop the needs for our aquatic staffing model. All right. So then in ultimately financial context is the staffing increase is driving majority of the changes that are reflected from the 2025 approved budget to the 2026 approved budget. And this is just to ensure that we do have the required needs for reliable service delivery, as well as ensuring that we have safe staffing and compliance to move forward with a flagship and generational facility.
Thank you, Mr. Sapolsky. Questions? Can you blame me?
No.
Councillor Broderick?
Through the chair, just looking at the recoveries that we get from recreation versus the expenses, it's very expensive. Is there a rule of thumb in the industry on what percentage of expenses would be recovered by user fees?
I appreciate that. Answering through the chair to Councillor Willis, usually it depends on the size of the municipality or the demographic in question. So small communities under the definition of under 25,000 are usually targeting a cost recovery model of 25 to 30%. Large municipalities that are usually over a threshold of 75,000 will target around 50%.
Thank you. Second question, if I might. And I don't expect you to have the number off the top of your head, but it might be helpful to understand that some of the labor costs related to the WJ are going to be commissioning, right? Preparing to open it versus the actual cost of running it. Do you have any idea what that cost alone is?
Realistically, I can give you a ballpark split, Councillor. The commissioning cost would be most likely looking around 15 to 20%, but the long-term, let's say, operational cost and onboarding of permanent staffing would be about 80%.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Broderick?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got to add this first. I spent about 11 of the last 14 days in the arena for different things. And the reviews are great, not only from our own people, but from I've seen, Kawarthas come in. We played against Newcastle. All these people coming in are just blown away by what they see. So I can't imagine what they're going to be like when there's a pool that's fully operational and function. Sort of a money question too. And you sort of alluded to this, and I know discussions are always going on, but in terms of the ice, Is there a number that when you sit down, and again, I don't expect you to have it, sounds like you might have it off the top of your head, but what's the thinking, I guess, that goes into, if we stayed open an extra month, you have to have so many hours a week. How does that conversation pan out to make a decision as to what the window is for closing down and doing your off-season maintenance? Is there a number or a thought on that?
Through the chair to Councillor Broderick, usually it's based off a cost benefit analysis. So you'll be looking at, your increasing utility costs or any of your unfixed costs. And as you go through the operational season and let's say the dynamics change, we could be comparing April operations versus August operations, for example. There is an increased formula or dynamic that you do utilize that does reflect that utility cost. So for example, if we were looking at increasing early spring operations, you could be looking at a utility cost of $4,100 per week. But if you're having that same comparison in August, you'd be looking at almost $7,500 per week. So realistically, you look at pretty much cost benefit analysis and demand of user groups. If you can find that sweet spot where there's a demand of user groups and it justifies that cost benefit analysis, it seems like most likely a worthwhile opportunity.
Other questions for recreation? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Sapolsky.
Thank you.
And Ms. T. We're going to after this. Yep.
Okay, good afternoon, Council. I'm pleased to be here to present the 2026 draft operating budget for the Heritage, Culture and Tourism Division on behalf of the HCT Division and the Community and Customer Services Department. So looking at the chart on the screen and the percentage change within the anticipated revenues, you'll see that staff are projecting a 33% increase in rent revenue. This is driven primarily by the success of the vendors market at the annual Back Canada Day celebration. Building on this momentum, staff plan to continue expanding the vendor market area for 2026, creating additional opportunities for local vendors while generating sustainable revenue for the event. You will also notice on the chart that we're looking at a 45% decrease in other revenue. This reduction brings our projections back to a realistic level for 2026. In 2025, the division received a one-time grant to support the activation of the Gord Downie and Cheniwinjack legacy space. With the project now complete, staff have adjusted the revenue budget to more accurately reflect the anticipated funding levels for the coming year. With the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Master Plan scheduled for completion in early 2026, staff will continue to pursue grant opportunities to support related projects. However, the 2026 budget has not been developed on the assumption that any grant applications will be successful. Additionally, to note but not reflected on the chart, we are projecting a 51% increase in revenue directly related to activations at our historic sites. This is going to be achieved through admissions, ticketed events, donations, and gift shop sales. These revenues are captured within the facility budget rather than within the HCT division's operating budget, but remain important to note as indicators of visitation and public engagement across our heritage assets. Moving over to the expenses, you'll see that most categories reflect a 0% increase for 2026, demonstrating staff's commitment to focus on responsible and efficient operations. The one notable change is an 8% increase within salary, wages, and benefits, which includes a request for one additional summer student to support our expanded programming and operations across our cultural sites with a dedicated focus on the newly reopened Fairfield Goodsite House and the Gord Downie and Cheniwinjack legacy space. So moving to slide 2. Here we've highlighted a few key operating changes from the 2025 approved budget. First up, you will see a $1,000 increase to volunteer activation and appreciation. Volunteers continue to play a vital role in the success of our museums, events, and cultural programs. To better recognize, support, and retain this valued group, staff are requesting an additional $1,000 to support activation and appreciation. This increase will allow us to strengthen our volunteer retention through meaningful recognition, and it's a modest but necessary investment for the people who help us deliver high-quality events and programs through the township. Next, and as mentioned before, we're projecting a $2,000 increase in revenue from our historic sites. This increase aligns with our targets with actuals from 2025 and reflects factors such as updated ticket pricing for the Culture Talk speaker series at the Bath Museum and anticipated increase in admissions and ticket sales for the new events at the recently opened Fairfield Goodsite House. Last and the most significant change for the budget, as noted before, is the request for one additional summer student at a cost of $13,000. This request is directly tied to staffing needs associated to the full summer activation of the Fairfield Goodsite House, support for the lean staff team during the busy summer season, and the new educational and community engagement opportunities at the Gord Downie and Cheney Jack Legacy Space. Adding one student will help provide much needed operational capacity, help to ensure safe and consistent site coverage, and support the division's ability to respond to growing community interest in cultural events and heritage programming. This position is essential to meeting public expectation and sustaining the momentum that we generated in 2025. Staff will once again submit summer student grant applications in an effort to help offset these costs. In closing, I'd like to thank Council for the opportunity to present the proposed budget. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. T. Questions for Heritage, Culture, and Tourism? Councillor Willis.
Thank you through the chair. First of all, I commend you because your department does an awful lot with very little. Just a question about the Canada Summer Jobs Grant. So I know that you apply every year. How many did we get last year? And does this budget anticipate getting the same number of grants next year?
So HR can confirm this for us. I know last year we did receive more funding than we typically do. We had a good news story last year. So we did not budget for that same expectation this year. We find those kind of granting bodies are usually cyclical, where you're successful one year and maybe not the next. So we plan accordingly for that.
Others? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. T. I'm going to suggest we take a brief break. So if everybody wanted to return at 1:45. All right, I will call us back. Just want to make sure Councillor Parks and Councillor Innes are on screen. I cannot see them. There they are. Okay, Public Works.
Good afternoon, council. I was going to start off by saying you saved the best for last, but I'm not last. So today I'll be talking about the 2026 proposed operating budget for Public Works. For the most part, you're going to find that it's pretty status quo. There's not a lot of change. On the other revenue side, we're expecting a slight increase in the amount of bag tags that we sell. On the waste side, the other part of that, and I believe Dave has already kind of commented on this, we are expecting to see some more recoverable expenses on the construction and maintenance contract with the county. That new contract is in the works. It's pretty close to being done and ready to be executed. In the reserves and the reserve fund side of things, we are not having any new money for the solid waste master plan. That plan should be completed this year or early into next year. But regardless, there's no new funds there, so that is a reduction. The other part of that is at the landfill, we completed finally the reshaping of the landfill that I guess had been ongoing for some time. That work is largely completed now, and again, the remaining work for that, which is only going to be final cover and seeding, that will be completed in early 26, but we can execute that through the general operating fund. So contributions to reserve and reserve funds, we are anticipating a slight increase in the royalties that we are seeing from the pits and quarry side of things. Next slide, please. Some of the highlights, the major highlights, obviously with the transition of the recycling program, we are seeing a pretty drastic decrease in the recycling side of things. We still have expenses associated with recycling, with the material that we generate at our facilities and the I guess you call them the depot operations that we share with the city of Kingston. Slight decrease in township safety devices. This just reflects the fact that our signs are in generally really good shape, and there's not a lot of need for replacement. Now, there's obviously going to be signs damaged and hit and that kind of thing. However, it does reflect the fact that we have a very good inventory of signs. Loose top maintenance, we're seeing an increase in contract services. This reflects not necessarily a change in process. We've always been hiring trucks, belly dumps to help us with our graveling. It's just in the past, I would presume that the overall budget has been adjusted to accommodate the hiring of those trucks. This now just reflects the actual expense that we expect in hiring those trucks. And then finally, the solid waste master plan, that, like I said before, that is going to be completed this year or early into next year. And those are the major highlights. or Public Works. Any questions?
Questions for Public Works? Councillor Willis.
Through the chair, apologize. One of the comments that we heard the most in the public engagement was about bag tags. And I don't know that people understand how bag tag revenues work within your budget. If we did not have that revenue, it would be a cost still within the budget. Like, we would still be looking at the same bottom line number, would we not, if we just did away with bag tags?
No, the bag tag sales does fund a large portion of the operation of the collection and the operation of the landfill. So if we, like, if I'm hearing you right, if we eliminated that, that would be a substantial tax burden. Yeah, yes.
Questions for Public Works? Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, that basically comes to an end of the departmental presentations for the general tax rate. So I left a spot here for, I guess, if there's any additional questions, maybe around what we've just talked about. The next couple items we would get into are transit and the ferry. So this is kind of just a logical spot. If there is any additional questions or comments that the committee wants to deal with, and then we can move into the ferry and transit.
Councillor Broderick.
And this is just a general, maybe conversation item, maybe not right now, but it'd be interesting to know, and I think somebody asked the question, if we move towards a more electronic system of tax bills and notices, whether there'd be a significant savings. Like, it'd be interesting to know, not necessarily for now, but just something to think about for next year. And when Trevor mentioned that, we have 200 now on a newsletter and 5,000 online, those numbers are something certainly to build on for sure in that. And I'd just be interested down the road to look at that. Thank you.
Others? No, I think we're good.
All right, so the next item up is transit.
Good afternoon, Council. Through the chair, I'm pleased to present the 2026 transit and the ferry budget. Gross expenses to provide the Route 10 service, Loyalist Link, and the accessible taxi service in 2026 will total approximately 1.55 million. This will be the 12th consecutive year that staff are not proposing to increase the Amherstview area rated property tax due to the potential OTIF application and funding through the Housing Accelerator Fund and some of the funding being used from the Provincial Gas Tax Reserve. In 2026, we have estimated approximately 911,000 for the Kingston Route 10 service. This includes the enhanced 30-minute service, which is expected to start in July of 2026. The Loyalist Link service will continue to connect Bath, Millhaven Terminal, and the employment area, Odessa, to Kingston via Amherstview, making Amherstview an important transit hub. Accessible transit options have been expanded to eligible areas in Bath and Odessa communities with the introduction of Loyalist Link, and an additional $30,000 have been budgeted due to the increased usage. Staff will be hiring a consultant to review the on-demand transit options in the township in 2026. A total of 193,000 in fare revenue, including cross-boundary revenue, which includes monthly passes. Advertisement revenue has been budgeted for 2026. Approximately 466,000 will be used from different provincial and federal government grants, including OTIF and HAF, the Housing Accelerator Fund and the Ontario Transit Infrastructure Fund. And approximately 332,000 will be taken from the provincial gas tax reserve in 2026. And we are currently working on a new accessible transit taxi service model for 2026, and a report will be presented to the council next week. Any questions on?
Thank you. Any questions for transit? Councillor Broderick?
Thank you. Just one question. The provincial tax funds, 332,000, is that the entire fund, or is there other monies beyond that that may be in reserve or somewhere else?
Yeah, that's part of a reserve. Currently, we have approximately, I believe, 800,000 in there, and that'll be used for that.
Others?
For the Amherst Island Ferry operation, gross expenses approximately 7 million in 2026. Passenger fares were increased by 5% in May 2025, and they're increasing by additional 5% in 2026. And we're expected to generate approximately $445,000. The one notable change in the ferry budget is the majority of the fuel costs have been reallocated from our standard subsidy account to a special 100% funded account by MTO. And we've included approximately $30,000 in the training budget to continue supporting staff in obtaining necessary certifications. The ferry budget was submitted to MTO on October 31st per our standard agreement. That's, yeah.
Questions? Ferry? Seeing none. Over to utilities. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Council. I'm happy to present the 2026 operational budget for the Utilities Division for your consideration tonight. Before I do, I'd like to go over just a few fast facts of the water and wastewater system for people at home. The Utilities Division has 17 full-time staff that operate and maintain a very complex water and wastewater systems for the Loyalist Township customers. The water system has over 500 hydrants, 650 valves, thousands of water meters, over 80 kilometers of water main, 2 Class 2 water treatment plants, and 3 towers and 1 booster station. On the sewer side of things, we maintain and operate over 70 kilometers of sewer mains that have over 800 manholes, 2 Class 2 wastewater treatment plants, and 8 sewage pumping stations. As the asset management plan highlights, the combined replacement value of all these systems is well over $350 million. Operating and maintaining and refurbishment of the assets and systems at this level of value are ongoing and necessary to protect the investments made. These systems are highly regulated, never sleep, and are monitored and sometimes repaired by Loyalist staff 24/7, 365. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, you're there. Never mind. That was just the introduction. On the screen now is the combined water and sewer budgets. Starting at the top of the expected revenue, we are looking at an increase year over year. This is reflective of the new rate study and the path forward that it's set. Unfortunately, going down, there is an offset of that with a significant decrease of impost fees from the lower housing starts that have been occurring. Going through the expenses, the debt expenses, which is traditionally in the realm of the treasurer with the information there, but we're seeing some easing on that front with decreased interest charges. Also speak to the rest in more detail in the water and sewer individual breakout sheets. However, the vast majority of our increases in 2026 is with our contribution to reserves and capital project expenses. The decreases or flatlining of expenses are cost savings being found by staff's constant efforts to find efficiencies in our day-to-day operations. Next slide, please. This one, sorry, yeah, perfect. Thank you. So just going through the list of key operational changes here, as mentioned in the prior slide. The first one is a great example of staff's diligence in finding efficiencies. Last year was our first full year of operation of our water reclamation system at the Amherst wastewater treatment plant. This system reuses water from the wastewater treatment processes that's already in the plant and reduces our use of treated drinking water for these parts of the processes. With this in mind, we were able to reduce our use of that drinking water utility expense by $50,000 this year, and we expect the same next year. There are more savings that can be realized with some capital investment, of which I'll propose a little bit further along in the capital portion of the of tonight's presentation. But this was a really good year one for that system's operation. As mentioned before, our insurance has gone up year over year. That's basically the industry standard. That's through the industry with insurance costs going up. Some of our SCADA contractor support services have been reduced as the system has become more reliable with significant capital investment over the last few years and years to come. Rounding out the smaller items, there's a small increase in the wetland invasive species mitigation and reduction in our debt and interest, as I mentioned. Also noted, our projected revenue, again, just going back, our revenue has increased. This will help our reserves be replenished while keeping our operational expenses and important reinvestments into the systems where they need to be. Next slide, please. So breaking down into the water budget, I'd like to point out a few things here. As mentioned before, we expect an increase on our revenue from 2025. But I'd also like to point out just an incremental part of this is from the small fill station that was installed of this earlier this year. The public's utilization of the station in 2025 has been significant with over 1,400 purchases at the station since September. Assuming that most of those are the 1,000 liter totes, typically there's one per truck. That's 1,400 visits to the station. We're seeing every 2 weeks roughly 350 uses at that station. So yeah, it's been very well utilized by the public, and we're very proud to provide this service to the public. And we thank council's support for the with the service enhancement they were able to provide. Our contracted services are up year over year. This is mainly to the fact that some of our membrane filters at the plants are aging, and they're going to need more repairs, some of which require specialized contractors to assist with, as well as some of the other, very specialized equipment that we have throughout the system as they age to require more repair and maintenance. Throughout, with the great work that our staff have done, both our utility costs, supplies and materials expenses are expected to be flat or decreased for 2026. We are seeing some increases in some items like chemicals and that sort of thing, but we are offsetting some of those costs with increased efficiencies in some of our operations. So a little bit up on one, we're able to decrease on another, and it balances out. So we're doing very well in that regard. Next slide, please. On the sewer side of the division, the story is very similar. The situation is basically the same regards to the revenue and expenses. Again, through staff efficiency findings, we're seeing some slight decreases in our utilities, so mainly the water use, but also some contracted services, supplies and materials. We're always looking for, opportunities with new technology, new suppliers that provide the same service at a lower cost. And also, again, the process efficiencies as new techniques and materials come online. Next slide, please. Which is questions. Thank you very much for your consideration of the operations budget for utilities, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions? Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the report. Can you just comment, more of a comment than I'm asking a question, but in your three charts, the reserve funds are at 26, 27%, and 34. Is that an unusual number, and what is the thinking there?
Through the chair, just a clarification, Councillor Broderick, is it the contribution reserves on the water and the sewer?
Well, I'm looking at
Sewer-
table 30 or 43, and it's 34% contribution to reserve funds. And then the page before it, so that's page 87. Again, contribution to reserve funds, 27%. And then the other chart doesn't have a number, but it's right at the start of your presentation there, Sean. It's the first chart. It's at 26%. So I guess it's utilities, draft operating budget, and then utilities, draft, sewer, water and sewer. Thank you, Councillor. Water and sewer at the back. I'm just wondering if is that making up for some shortfalls, or is it just future planning, or how you come to that number?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we typically, as you can see through the other years, we do have a significant portion that go to reserves. Though this year we are seeing an increase in those line items for each individual areas. Yeah. The intent and was identified in the rate study is that we need to put more money towards reserves, and this is a good first step in accomplishing that.
So is that number going to be sort of the standard, or is that just a one-off in terms of that, $1 out of $3 type thinking, 34%? I'm just curious.
Through the chair, I'll defer to the director on that one.
So the water and sewer facilities are 100% funded through user rates. So it's kind of a plug-in number. So if our expenses are down, whatever we have left in excess goes back into reserve. So that's why you're seeing that number go up over the years, because Sean and his team have done a great job at actually, finding efficiencies so the expenses are going down.
Other questions? Full screen, seeing none.
So, Mr. Chair, that basically brings us to the end of, I'm going to say, the operating discussions for general rate and utilities. So I guess if the committee's good, we can move into capital, or if there's a will to have some additional discussion before we leave these areas.
Everybody good to go on to capital? Capital? Okay, carry on.
Okay. So just before we have the individual managers come back up, I'll just make a couple general comments overall. Of course, we'll look at the tax-funded general rate capital budget first. And the proposed capital budget before the committee tonight is sitting at just over $10 million. And this slide gives a breakdown of those totals by the department. And the next slide actually shows how it's funded. Again, we're funding a significant amount from our reserves, which is what we want to be doing. Allows us to be in control of how we're funding those amounts. And of course, we've included some federal and provincial funding through the CCBF and the OSIF funding. We also are using some development charges and some other grants. And I just wanted to highlight, which I consider is good news in the sense that the plan in front of you tonight for the general rate and the utility one, when we get to it, neither plan includes the issuance of any new debt for those capital programs that are being put forward. So I know in prior years, some of those projects have been debt funded, but in both cases this year, there's no new debt proposed for the budgets in front of you. And I think that kind of ties into Councillor Broderick's comment on the utility side about those reserves. As we're continuing to try and get more money into those capital reserves every year, it allows us to do more projects with less debt, and it saves those servicing costs as we move forward. So yeah, just I think I've kind of covered everything here. The projects, as we go through them, are all in Appendix E in your budget package. There is a one sheet per project, which kind of gives a little more information. The projects have all been gone through our prioritization of capital projects policy, and so that scoring is shown on there. And in the budget binder on page 93 and 94, there are some projects that we've highlighted that we have deferred out of this capital budget as we went through. There are projects that we felt that we could postpone for another year or push them off a little bit. And for council's information as part of Appendix C, and not that we're planning on going through them, but there is a list of projects that will be carrying forward from 25 into 26. So we're not really highlighting or talking to those tonight because we're just talking about new projects that are being proposed. But I think it's important for council's information to understand we still have a number of projects that the work will carry over into 26, and staff will be working on those projects in addition to the new projects that would be approved through this process. So, and again, just for information, this is a few of the projects and items that we did remove and didn't put forward in the capital budget, more just for information. And again, there are some that we felt that we could defer or push out for another year or so to try and keep the budget in line and to make sure we're putting something forward that didn't have any debt financing in it. So that's kind of really my high level overview. There's not a whole lot there, but just from a high level, I guess if there's any high level questions, I can answer that, or if not, we can move into the department specific projects.
High level questions for capital overview. Okay, we'll move into departments.
The 2026 capital budget for information technology contains several expenses related to the continued life cycle replacement of current IT infrastructure that is throughout the municipality. Of the 226,000, 75,000 is for additional enhancements to the council chambers audiovisual system. These upgrades will allow for the replacement of the outdated and unreliable microphones and charging systems, as well as add upgrades that will allow for council sessions to incorporate multiple video streams, and ultimately allow these facilities that we're currently in to be used more effectively for both internal and external meetings. The other capital budget I'd like to point out is there is another 50,000 that is for annual replacement of workstations. I don't have a lot to go through, so if you have any questions.
Questions for IT? Councilor Willis.
Thank you, through the chair. For the security cameras, we've got $20,000 in the budget, and there was $40,000 in the 2025 budget. Did we spend that 40,000 or not?
The 40,000 is in the process of being spent currently.
Okay.
The security cameras are replaced on a life cycle as they become unsupported by the vendors. We replace them so they don't pose a security risk.
Okay. And a second question, more of a comment. So there's $20,000 in the budget for council devices, and I know when we were elected 3.5 years ago, we were handed iPad Pros, and mine's probably had about 300 hours of use on it. And do we really need to give a new council new devices, and do they have to be that level of device, and does it have to cost $20,000? It seems like a lot of money.
Are you asking me or? I don't think I'm really in a position to answer that appropriately. I think it would be dependent upon how council sees their use of the current devices. If you're not getting the use out of them the way you think you should, then we could look at definitely going with a less expensive solution. For instance, like a laptop or something else. As an IT division, we're completely open to suggestions as far as that's concerned.
Yep, go ahead.
Is there a reason, like a cybersecurity reason, why counselors would just use their own devices if they have them?
Potential for cybersecurity, there's always a potential for cybersecurity. I would be more worried about the data as far as counselors and as staff members, we have access to information that comes through email or servers, and that data is protected by certain privacy laws. If we own the device and we provide the device, then we have control of that data. Again, we could look at potential BYOD solutions. Just to say that any potential BYOD solution is probably going to cost more than giving you a device.
But right now I access my email on my personal phone and my personal laptop and the township provided one. So we're not guarding against that, are we? Or am I missing something?
We provided corporate iPads to counselors to use for accessing the email. If you're accessing it through other solutions, we could block those if we wanted to. I was under the impression you were using your iPads for that.
You might be in trouble, Councillor Willis. Mr. Mayor.
So, speaking out of turn, I might be able to help clarify some of the questions just because I've been around so long. When we first came out with devices, there was a review on what would work best for the systems that we use, and that's why the iPad Pro was chosen. And if I remember correctly, there was actually a policy that was done at that time for the iPad Pro with the attachment of the keyboard. And in looking at that, well, let's face it, they were looking at the youngest people that may be on council as well as the oldest and making something that was universal for everyone. So that's how the iPad Pro came around. The other thing is, the one thing that I've always heard about is FOI. So if there's an FOI on information and it's on a personal device, they could bring the personal device in as well and glean whatever's on that device as well. So it's partly for our protections to have the devices. And I know if you do use your own device, that's been going on from council members for a number of years. With the provision that an FOI means they could bring your devices in and go through them. So it's a bit of a security for us as well as the township to have the devices. And I'm not sure if that helped or not, but that's just some background.
Do you want to say something, Mr. Hooper, and then I'll go to Councillor Broderick?
I was just going to add, previously I mentioned we can do another review and see how council's using existing devices and take that feedback and propose another solution for next year. And again, get a more wholesome look at how you're using your devices.
Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question on the security cameras. So I'm just going to use the rink for an example. I notice now there's cameras where I didn't notice them before. Is that part, like in security IT, I guess the word is control, but you're responsible for all the security cameras in the township?
At this time, yeah.
Other questions? IT? No. Okay. Emergency services. Is the chief still online or? he is. Go ahead, Chief.
Back, thank you. Yeah, so for our capital budget for 2026, a lot of the similar stuff, our annual equipment budget stayed the same as 2025. Our fleet and vehicles is up this year, so there's a few vehicles in there. There's a tanker, which will replace the tanker on Amherst Island. So that truck's going to be spec'd a little differently, that it's basically going to be spec'd as a backup pumper so that we do have that contingency on the island if anything were ever happen to the front line pumper. That also includes another administration vehicle for Deputy Grenham, and then his truck will be recycled to the platoon chiefs, which will replace the older truck that they're utilizing right now. And then a tanker upgrade for one of the newer tankers on the mainland, and that's just to create some efficiencies in our operations and our fleet modernization plan that we have. There's a couple gaps there that it's a retrofit to a truck, existing truck. Bunker gear replacement is ongoing annually, of just replacing bunker gear that reaches its 10-year lifespan or is worn out. Cancer prevention project, that's actually a grant project, so that's kind of an in and out there. That's funded through the province to help prevent cancer. Fire training center repairs, so we've had an engineer come in and do a assessment of all our burn buildings and our training facility. We're still waiting on the final report, but based on that interaction that Deputy Bennett had with the engineer, we've completed a number of projects, structural stability projects and other things at the training center this year. There's a few more projects to go to do that, and as well as waiting for that report to come back. And then the recruitment. So what we did this year, a little different than past years, is did a whole recruitment capital project. So that's everything for the new recruits that we're just in the process of hiring right now for the paid on call side. And that's all their study books, their wages are in there, their gear's in there, the instructors, their medical courses, any of the costs related to the recruitment is all built into one capital project. So you'll see kind of a trade-off out of operations on that side. Or Odessa's station garage door is just replacing the openers. They're at the end of their life, and then replacing them with ones that have the capability of having remote controls. The ones there do not at this point, and they also don't have the safety systems built in to prevent the door from closing on something if something walked underneath the door or drove underneath the door. So that's just an upgrade there. And then the last project's a radio replacement program. So that's both the mobiles and portable radios in the trucks and that the firefighters use on scene. So again, our system is pretty outdated, and the equipment itself is reaching end of life in a lot of cases. And just the new radios that we started purchasing this year seem to improve our communications quite drastically, making for a much safer fire ground. So we're just rolling them out. We did a number of projects this year, and we're just continuing to do that until we have a full replacement across the department. And that is all I have. Happy to answer any questions again.
Okay, Councillor Pradhan.
Thank you, Chief, for the report. Just a real quick question on the 195,200 for recruitment. Is that based on bringing in a number of recruits? Like, could that go down in a sense if you had, X and you didn't get to X? Can you just comment on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Through the chair, that's based on 16 recruits. So that's our plan this year. We're currently in the process of that. The interviews are next week. They've done their aptitude testing. The applications are all in. But speaking to that, could it be less? Definitely could be less, because we had a very successful application period where we had 58 applicants for the 16 positions. So out of that 58, there was actually a significant number, 17 or 18, I believe, that are already certified firefighters coming in, which is kind of unheard of in a department our size to get that kind of applications. And we're not saying we're going to hire all 16 that are going to be certified. But what we did with the 2025 recruitment was that anyone that was coming in certified or experienced, we did a fast track program with them. So that saves us, that can save us significantly on the training portion of that project. So depending on how many we hire that are experienced, you could see some savings on the training side of things. We still have to buy them the gear, still have to buy them their uniforms and things like that. But on the training side, if that's a bigger number, then you will see savings there. Yes.
Great, Paul. Thank you, Chief. Other questions for the chief? Seeing none, thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Engineering. Drive on, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So the Engineering and Environment Division's capital budget is a longer list, so I'm not going to go through every single project in detail, but I'm happy to answer questions on any of them. What I will do is follow what's in the budget binder on pages 97 and 98 to talk about sort of how I view the key groupings of projects within the portfolio that my team manages. So the first piece there is the asset management programs and projects. This past year, the township undertook a number of building condition assessments for the vast majority of facilities that the township owns. And this looked at everything from HVAC, roofs, parking lots, structural issues, and everything else. And so from that, we're continuing to build on the work that we started last year in setting up the building mechanical replacement program, the roof replacement program, and the parking lot program. So these are three general items that the condition assessments have identified that we're going to be doing work on various facilities every year. So we're trying to just create a bit more steady flow in how the projects are managed, and they're done through these programs. So for the building mechanical replacement program, what we're looking at doing is we have two facilities that still have oil furnaces, and these are the Nielsen Store and the Wilton Hall. And so in 2026, we want to look at what it's going to require to transition away from these fuel sources to more energy efficient solutions before they come due for replacement as per the asset management plan. For the roof replacement program, the primary project there is going to be replacing the tarp cover over the County Road 6 salt storage shed. That's coming due at end of life cycle. And then there's a number of smaller items that we need to look at across the township where eaves troughs need to be directed away from certain areas to help extend the life of our building, or different items like that have been identified through the BCAs that we're hoping to address. The parking lot and pathways program, we're looking at paving a portion of the parking lot here at the Odessa Municipal Office. As you see when you drive in, that asphalt has failed, and so that through this program, we would be replacing that. The structural investigations and repairs through the BCAs, there was a couple items that they flagged that required further analysis and potential work. These are primarily located at a couple storage sheds at the utilities Millhaven office facility. There's a couple of old, I believe they're MTO salt sheds from back before the township owned the property that they require some further analysis and structural work to repair. So coming out of that process, we're hoping to address that. The Bath waste pollution control plant generator replacement, This is a standard life cycle replacement. There's an existing generator there that is around 30 to 35 years old and is due for replacement. The Nielsen Store roof veranda is a project that the township's been looking at for the last couple of years, where the veranda was structurally pulling away from the building. And so the recreation team in 2023 shored that up with some temporary posts, but they don't meet the heritage nature of the facility and are not the long-term solution. So we've been working with the engineer to come up with what that solution does look like. We are pursuing a number of grant opportunities for this project and are hoping to be successful in that. The last major asset management project that's listed there is the Bath wastewater treatment plant repair of the plant effluent pipe. So this is the main discharge line from the Bath sewage plant. It runs across CSC property out to Lake Ontario. And in the last year or two, our utilities team has been working with CSC due to tree roots infiltrating this pipe and to prevent any blockages from occurring. So that problem has been managed for the short term, but obviously when you're seeing trees roots infiltrating the pipe, it requires further work, and that's what this is addressing here. The next sort of major category that we've identified in the budget binder there is major urban road reconstruction projects. So we're proposing two for 2026. So the first one listed there is the Odessa Main Street reconstruction from Durham Street to Mill Street. So this is in partnership with the county and the township's responsible for water and sewer services, as well as pedestrian facilities. And as council's aware, we're also looking at making changes to Durham Street, and that is included within this project as well. And the Bath Main Street and Windermere intersection project is looking at converting that intersection into a lighted intersection. And the township has submitted to the MTO for a connecting links grant funding, approximately $550,000 thereabouts that we're hopeful to receive. The previous design was funded in part from the MTO through that same grant stream. So we're hoping that they will continue to show support for this project. The other elements of this project are the water and sewer infrastructure that's located under this intersection. So that way, when those road upgrades are done, we don't have to come back through and disturb the street any further. That project is funded as well in part by development charges, as the intersection upgrades are reflecting the local growth in the area. And so it's funded the general rate portion up to 80% by development charges. The next category here is just under the climate action plan. So there's a couple projects that we've listed here. So the Bath wastewater treatment plant water reclamation system. Our utilities manager, Sean, will speak to water loss in general, a little bit more detailed. But this project is focusing on reclaiming water and using it in our process systems. So that way we're not putting clean potable water into the treatment process. There are challenges with that we're hoping to address to make sure that we can always provide the services that we need to. And then the community garden development. So in the Resilient Climate Action Plan, there's a number of goals related to supporting local agriculture and our food systems, as well as it was addressed in the strategic plan that council wishes to see a community garden developed. So we've included a small amount of capital money to reflect the costs for site prep and soil and raised bed planters and things of that nature. There's still work to be done in terms of siting the location and setting up the process in terms of how to manage that. But that money will be there when we're ready to move ahead with that. The last grouping of projects that's identified here is under the infrastructure master plan. These projects are mostly focused on growth or remedial issues at our various plants and water and wastewater infrastructure. So the first is Lakeview Pump Station, Pump 3 upsizing and electrical. So this is an increase to the Lakeview Pump Station to accommodate future growth in the Amherst West secondary plan lands. Pump 3 specifically is coming due at the end of its life cycle. So we are looking to upsize that now, so that way we don't have to upsize it in 5 to 10 years when we start to see the growth from the Amherst West secondary plans, as well as there's a number of grandfathered items that have to be upgraded electrically as we're doing that work, which is increasing the cost there. The sanitary sewer wet weather model. So this work is looking at monitoring our sewers in real life to determine where we're seeing the highest levels of inflow and infiltration in the system. So that way we can then create a targeted replacement program for our sewers in the future to reduce the amount of inflow and infiltration that we're seeing in our system, and ultimately aimed at delaying plant expansion. So the less, groundwater and seepage that we're seeing in the system means that we have more capacity at our plants available to treat the incoming sewage, and we can delay that as until housing needs dictated as opposed to groundwater. The bath water treatment disinfection expansion. So this is the start of a process. So the infrastructure master plan identified 2 major upgrades to the bath water treatment plant. So one is for the installation of GAC's granular activated carbon to address taste and odor. And then the second piece is for UV disinfection. Both of them are required in the next few years, and the designs need to be coordinated such that we're not piecemealing things together and increasing costs later. So this is the design money for that process. And then over the future years, there will be additional capital projects that are looking at first the granular activated carbon piece and then the UV disinfection. The last item there is the Amherst wastewater treatment plant odor study. So in the infrastructure master plan, we identified that review of internal procedures was to be undertaken to address odor complaints in the area. The last couple of years, our utilities team has been working hard at that and have addressed a number of them. And then through this last year, in discussions with the MECP, it was advised to us that we should look at a further odor study to help with that work that we have been undertaking. And so that's what that's aimed at doing. Any questions?
Questions?
Councillor Broderick. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Luke. Just a couple of questions. I know you didn't want to go through all the projects, but briefly, could you just comment on the Willie Pratt rehabilitation, what that might entail?
Yep. Yeah. So the Willie Pratt rehabilitation is money to undertake the design process for exactly that. So the Willie Pratt Park it has a number of assets that are approaching end of life cycle. So lights, fencing, stuff like that. So we're looking at including that with a review of the placement of the playground structure in terms of the angle to the ball diamonds and making sure that it's in a safe place in the future. There's also a number of known drainage issues in that area that were identified in the infrastructure master plan. So we're going to be looking at resolving those as well as making accessibility upgrades and things like that. So that's the design portion of that project. Usually we're looking at a 2-year design process before a capital project's ready to move forward for a project of this size.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, just one more. The parking lot and pathway program, I'm just wondering, and this may be part of the WJ renewal, I'm not sure, is that parking lot going to get looked at some point next year, or the year it's in bad shape in some spots? Maybe it's just a question of patching, but I'm just wondering what might happen there.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So staff have had a number of discussions on that. So it is right now a bit piecemeal. So there's a number of items that the existing work will have to address based on their construction. So any disturbed areas, things like that will need to be reconstructed by that contractor team. There are a number of areas outside of that scope of work that we are looking at as well. We are hoping we might be able to find a donor or someone to come forward through the ongoing campaign to fund that work. But if not, then staff would bring back a capital project funding for that work.
There's Mr. Mayor.
Just one question. If I'm reading it correctly, I just want to verify the Amherst Drive urbanization, that is just funds going into the reserve for the overall project, is it?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The proposed $100,000 is funds coming out of the reserve to complete some pathway upgrades in front of the Brooklyn Square site at Spears and Amherst Drive. So the developer there has indicated that they're going to be moving forward with that work next year. And as per the frontage fees bylaw, the township is responsible for any work within the right of way that happens. So that'll be constructing the pathway and lighting across that frontage.
Others? Okay, thank you. Community and customer services. Recreation, parks and facilities.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Public Office. So we'll be overviewing the 2026 capital budget for recreation, parks, and facilities. Included in this request is a total remuneration value of $302,000, just under 303. The capital program for 2026 will focus on asset stewardship, safety compliance, life cycle renewal, and reduction of operational risk and maintenance service reliability. We do have 4 programs identified in this capital budget for 2026. We do have our playground fire bar replacement valued at $10,000. So this is pretty much a annual program that outlines ongoing maintenance and safety standards that are CSA approved regarding impact, attenuation, and surface standards for compliant fall zones at our municipal playgrounds. This includes replacement of worn safety surfacing and ground borders to ensure continued compliance and user safety. So ultimately, it's replacing of wood engineered fiber material for our playgrounds. Our next program is our tree asset management program, which is also an annual program valued at $100,000. This addresses a backlog of hazard removals, structural pruning, stump grinding, and staged replanting across township parks, boulevards, and frontages. The intended outcome of the tree asset management program is to support risk reduction during storm events, as well as promote safety urban forestry practices. Our third program that's included in our capital request is our Fairfield Park playground replacement, valued at just over $172,000. The gist of this program or this request is a full life cycle replacement of some aging playground structures to meet current CSA standards and accessibility requirements. Design will consider accessible routes, transfer points, and compliant surfacing, ensuring inclusive play opportunities. Replacement aligns with the vision for Fairfield Park by modernizing equipment to reflect community needs and enhance recreational value. So ultimately, we'll be looking at upgrading some of the amenities and features that will be included in that play structure. And ultimately, we will be looking at community engagement to inform the final design elements of this process prior to installation, similar to what we've accomplished with Dinosaur Park project in 2025. Our final project that's identified in the 2026 capital request for parks, facilities, and recreation is our municipal office awning and cubicle replacement here at the municipal office in Odessa. So this would address minor facility improvements to extend asset lifecycle and improve customer-facing experience, including replacement of deteriorated awnings and reconfiguration and replacement of cubicles to optimize the workspace efficiency. The intended outcomes and results of these capital requests should focus on safety compliance, and that would be reflected through our 5R playground renewal and the tree program reduction operational risk. We'd be looking at reliability and customer experience enhancements based on life cycle work, minimizing unscheduled closures and disruptions, as well as supporting revenue recovery. And then cost control. So ultimately, tree programming would eliminate the need or reduce the need for emergency callouts. So some of our performance commitments to ensure that we could meet this capital request in the coming 12 months of operations would be completing all 4 of our general rate capital projects within budget and seasonal windows. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sapolsky. Questions? Councillor Buder.
Through the chair to Mr. Sapolsky. Just curious why the awning on the township office is coming out of the recreational capital budget when it wouldn't come out of a general budget. Just curious.
So response through the chair to Councillor Buderick, it's ultimately a responsibility and scope of our facility maintenance operations, and that's where that overlap exists.
Councillor Ennis.
Thank you through the chair. I have a suggested amendment. Is that to do that now or is that later?
I'll take it in a moment, Councillor Ennis. We'll do general questions and then I'll come to you to make a motion on an amendment. Okay. Other questions for rec staff? So it is. Yep, Councillor Broderick.
It's excuse me, it's more of a comment, again, with all the different acts, but the disability, I guess inclusivity is important, and I'm glad to see that that was part of your presentation, because I know we're badly lacking in the township in that area, and anything we can do keeps people from, having to travel to North Kingston, where they have a very good one. And I know I had a couple weeks ago, I was in Cornwall, and they have an unbelievable one, but it's a good start.
Through the chair, I appreciate that, Councillor Broderick. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, Councillor Ennis, go ahead if you want to.
Thank you through the chair. I've emailed it to the clerk, so we can either bring it up on screen or I can read it aloud. I'm not sure if there's a preference.
We can bring it up on. Yep, we'll bring it up on screen, Councillor Ennis. Hang on.
I'm not sure if it's more related for recreation capital as they've presented, or for the previous engineering and environment, because engineering and environment had some rec related ones as well, but nevertheless it's related to recreation. So I'm suggesting it for the committee's consideration, and the suggestion is that the draft 2026 capital budget, it's not up there yet.
It was. Yeah, if you just want to read it, Councillor Ennis, sorry.
Yep. So that the draft 2026 capital budget be amended as follows: to include 55,000 for design work for Parks and Recreation Master Plan Investment F33, 2 lit tennis courts in Odessa. And I'm happy to speak to it.
Okay, I will take that as a motion. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Buderick. And so go ahead, Councillor Ennis.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm suggesting I think we can do a bit better for kids in our capital budget this year. As well, I think we should restore service levels that were previously taken away from kids, particularly before enhancing other services. Loyalists previously had 2 courts by the Henderson. These were decommissioned and taken away from kids by a previous council. I don't think services for kids should get worse. They should be maintained or get better, and I think my colleagues would agree. As the rec master plan notes, Loyalist currently has 0 single-use courts, tennis courts, something that I'd say is quite unusual for a municipality our size. The rec master plan recently endorsed by council in August calls for a short-term investment of approximately 500,000 in 2 lit tennis courts in Odessa to restore the service for kids and others and rectify the situation. There was previously a Loyalist junior tennis club in Loyalist. I know there's community interest to resurrect that there's community partners available to provide lessons and camps and so forth for kids, but they need the courts first. The added benefit, which is also noted in the rec master plan, is that it would free up a bit of space at the Bath courts for a couple of additional dedicated pickleball courts to help with capacity there. And the amendment proposes the capital design work only for 2026 at the amount noted by staff in the budget binder, the 55,000, with anticipated construction, in the next year or a future year, which obviously would be a decision for the next council. So it would be similar to the Willie Pratt and the Splash Park investments, where it's design work now that's included for construction decisions later. And I'm suggesting to add it, but if there's a desire to make room for it from the committee by delaying other investments, I have some suggestions, but I would start with adding it, as it's a relatively, it's not a large amount of funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ennis. I'll turn to the seconder first if you've got any comments. Others in the committee. Yep, Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would support Councillor Ennis's motion. Again, I often hear about the demise, I guess, of the tennis courts behind the Henderson, and we'll leave that one for now. But that, again, it would be a free activity for kids. Like Councillor Ennis, I do remember a Loyalist tennis club for younger people. And depending on location in Odessa, it's a perfect place for the high school too, because I know that certain high schools in the city run fairly competitive tennis programs, and in Loyalist we don't have that opportunity. And I do think with the explosion of pickleball, that tennis has sort of gotten left behind, and this is an opportunity maybe to bring that back, and totally support.
Thanks, Councillor Broderick. Others? Councillor Willis.
May I ask a question to staff through the chair? Is 55,000 enough to do the design work that would need to be done for the tennis courts?
Through the chair, I appreciate the question. Councillor Willis, it would scratch the surface. We would probably get a preliminary design realistically.
Others? Mr. Mayor?
What was the number of that? F33? Thank you. I'm just trying to look it up in the plan.
Other questions, discussion? Staff, any input? Director McFarland?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just would like to have a chance to discuss. There was a recent site plan that came through that was proposing tennis courts. And I just would like to have a chance to see if that is still there. I'm not sure. Luke?
Okay. Well, I'll go to you, Councillor Broderick, and then I'll come back.
I was just going to make a suggestion because we have more than one meeting. This decision doesn't have to be made right now.
So I was
Yeah.
gonna
Like
actually.
some time to have a look at that.
Yep. And I'm sure Councillor Ennis won't mind. Councillor Ennis, if we just keep your motion on the books for our parking lot, would that be amenable to you? And then staff can have some time to come back and speak to it? Would that be all right? Okay. So you've still got, we're going to withdraw the motion for now, but keep the motion itself so that we'll have it to refer to when we come back to the multiple motions in committee of the whole that we'll address. Okay, perfect. Okay, anything else for recreation, parks, and facilities? Seeing none. Public Works.
All right, thank you, Council. I'll be talking about the proposed capital plan for 26 for Public Works, and it starts with the reconstruction of Park Crescent, which includes carryover funds from 25, plus a small allocation of new funds. This is to reconstruct Park from Manitou to Upper Park Road. I understand this is another project that's kind of been on the books for a while, and it was felt that it needed to be executed. For our HCB life cycle program, I am proposing 3 to 4 kilometers of micro surfacing. Those exact locations are to be determined. We do have an idea. However, I would like a little bit more time to assess those and come back with a proper list and map that shows those. On top of that, we are proposing the shave and pave of Sherwood Avenue from Manitou to Manitou. It's kind of a hook. As well, from this program, if Park Crescent does require a little bit more funding, that it would come from the HCB life cycle. For LCB life cycle, there is no new funds proposed for 26. This is all carry forward from 2025. At this time, we are proposing to do the 3-year cycle single lift on Front Road East, Stella 40-foot road, both on the island, and then also proposing to do the 7-year cycle single lift on Nicholson Point Road. In addition, we are also looking at doing some substantial asphalt padding and a single lift on Withers Road. Similar to the LCB life cycle, the Amosim Bridge life cycle program is no new funds. It is all carry forward funds. For 26, we are proposing to carry out the replacement of Wing Road culvert. That engineering and design work is already done, and the project is on the shelf. Part of the program will also include the next inspection cycle for our bridges and culverts, as well as engineering and design of Maple Road Bridge for future rehab. We are also considering a section of Violet Road between the Violet Road Bridge and Sharp Road for engineering and design work to address substantial stormwater deficiencies, as well as to execute a geotechnical investigation of the roadway. And then finally, we are looking at adding kind of a new program, I guess, the Rural Road Repairs and Improvement Program. And this is to address ongoing substandard conditions on various higher volume gravel roads. The type of work that we would be looking to do would be grade repairs, widening, ditch clean out, culvert replacements. At this time, again, we are focusing on sections of Ham Road, Doyle Road, Lucas Road, McConnell Road, and Irish Road. All the road work that I have mentioned is somewhat subject to the results of the 2026 road assessments. So to say the priorities of the rural road repairs and improvement and the LCB life cycle may change based on the results of those assessments. Moving on to the fleet side of things, we have some routine replacements. We have one tandem axle plow truck, dump truck. We have one pickup truck for parks and facilities, one pickup truck replacement for utilities, and then the replacement of a variety of pieces of equipment, which include a culvert steamer for public works, side and rear flail mowers, again, for public works, one ride-on lawnmower for parks, and a ballpark groomer for parks. That is the extent of it.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Willis.
Thank you through the chair. Could you describe what the scope of work is going to be on the Stella 40-foot and Front Road East? Is it completely replacing those roads?
No, that is a single lift of surface treatment on the existing road.
Was there a larger project that was planned prior to now?
I believe you're referring to the project in through Stella, and where this project starts, it would be outside of that, and then extends east.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Buderick.
Through the chair, just if you could throw a little bit more information, as I'm not fully aware of what a garage wash pad would be for the $200,000.
So yes, I apologize for not speaking to that. I thought I had that on my list. This is a wash pad that was part of the design of the expansion of the shop, and it is actually part of our stormwater CA. We actually have to have it in place. Yeah.
Others? Good. Okay. It takes us to there. I think we'll take a break right now for an extended period before we get into the utilities capital. So it's 5:04 right now. I would suggest 5:30. Let's return at 5:30. Okay. Okay, everyone. All right, utilities capital budgets. Sean?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm happy to be back to propose the 2026 utilities capital budget for your consideration. I'd like to highlight a few of the projects on the list, but I'm happy to answer questions on any that are listed. The first one I'd like to highlight is the continuation of the long-term SCADA plan for 2026. We're continuing to improve our systems with hardware upgrades, improved communications, and investments in the security of the network. We are continuing to improve, across the network and certain spots and phases as it makes sense as we build the network piece by piece. One benefit I'd like to highlight for that in 2026, we expect our network to be able to be accessed remotely by operators. This could help our response times for certain situations. Example of that could be a high level at a sanitary pumping station. Traditionally, an operator would be called out with the alarm, with the possibility that by the time they got to the site to act, a bypass or worse, a backup into a residence could have occurred. With remote access, staff would have the possibility of getting a head start on a resolution, such as starting another pump, clearing a fault, that type of thing, which would improve our response. So just as an example. The next one I'd like to highlight is the Amherst-View wastewater treatment plant clarifier cover. The clarifiers, just for those that don't know, at the wastewater treatment plant, they're the part of the process that is just past the aeration tanks, where a lot of the chemical changes occur. And in the clarifiers, that's where the settling occurs before the release into the lagoons. The clarifiers are large rectangular tanks. They're in full sun. In the summer, these tanks have a significant amount of algae growth, thus making for several hours of maintenance for operators having to remove the algae manually. At the Bath wastewater treatment plant in 2023, we installed a clarifier cover, and it basically eliminated all of the maintenance required to remove the algae. We would see similar results at the Amherst-View wastewater treatment plant. So we'd be finding efficiency savings there and we'll be able to redeploy staff to other tasks. The other part about this clarifier cover and its importance for this capital proposal for 2026 is that the excessive algae growth also prohibits the use of the water reclamation system. So I made mention in the operating budget that we had savings of $50,000 in the water usage with subsequenting the water use at the plant in the process with makeup water that we had already at the plant and not using drinking water. The algae at the plant has the effect of it prohibits our use, of the system being used in the summer because it binds the pumps up for this system. So with the cover in place, that will prohibit the algae growth, thus enabling us to use that water reclamation system basically all year round. So just to recap, so the use of the system this year saved us $50,000 approximately in 2025, and we're looking for that, and we projected that for 2026. However, with the increased use of the reclamation system, we could go a long way to savings of the more traditional water expense at that particular wastewater treatment plant of $120,000. So again, if we were able to reduce that water use by 90%, we'd be looking at the neighborhood of $100,000 savings in our operating budget. And another benefit is that that water usage is approximately about 125 homes worth of capacity back into the water treatment plant. Right, so that's basically in roughly 1 year's worth of the municipality as a whole's development in a year. So many different benefits to the investment in that particular project. moving down the list, the next one is, and again, back to the reclamation system. They're kind of tied. The refurbishment of the system currently at the Amherst wastewater treatment plant. The electrical systems right now are beyond their expected life cycle. They need to be replaced. And specifically the drives, they're quite antiquated, and that we'd like to propose that we replace those with makes and models that we have as our standard throughout the rest of the municipality. So that way, if it does go down, we're able to switch out drives from, that we'd have as spare parts and whatnot on the shelves, ready to go and get that system back in operation to continue to realize those savings. So that'll greatly reduce our repair times. But yeah, the more we have this system in operation, the more savings that we find. And finally, I'd like to highlight a little bit on the water meter replacement program. In 2025, the project has been a resounding success again this year. We had a goal of 180 water meters to be replaced. This year, we actually we're at 200, and we'll probably be at about 215, maybe 220. Again, with staff not having to, use rakes and power washers on algae, we can transfer our, those resources and staff to those types of tasks that are very critical to, our overall operations with our revenue and whatnot. So the recommended age for residential water meters with the nutating disk technology that we have traditionally deployed throughout the municipality is 17 years. This is just due to the wear and tear on the components. The meters that we're installing now are ultrasonic technology. They don't have the wear and tear on the internal components that the older style do. They strictly just have a battery. They work or they don't. And when they don't, it's a very simple switch out, and we're back in service. There's no degradation of the accuracy of the meters. Again, they work or they don't, and they're rated for 20 years with the battery life. So, continuing on with the meters. This year, we're going to embark on an automatic meter reading systems, or another acronym, AMR, propagation study next year. This AMR system can read all the meters in the municipality in a few minutes. It also includes several customer service enhancements, such as customers are able to create their own water usage alerts, set a water budget for their profile, and they can also view their water consumption data real time. Our staff can also provide an extra service with alerting homeowners to excessive water use quite quickly, as we will get alerts in real time with these meters. Also, as a system threat, perspective, we were able to see excessive backflow into the system from these. So if there was, any sort of a big threat for water systems is backflow. And we'd be able to get information from all of these meters instantaneous if there was a sustained threat to the system with them. So there's a lot of different facets to it, and a lot of good customer and service enhancements, as well as system security. A report, I should probably say a report a little bit more on the findings of the study and whatnot would be brought before council mid next year, just to talk a little bit about the findings and the recommended path forward. Again, thank you for your time today and the consideration of the proposed projects. And oh, right. Thank you. Next slide, please. And then one more. Yes, thank you. So this is why this is an engineering slide, but it actually has a utilities component obviously there. There's one project I'd like to highlight on here. However, definitely support the projects that are listed there from the manager of engineering, but I'd like to specifically pick out one there, and Luke did speak to it a little bit. It's the water reclamation system for the Bath wastewater treatment plant. So again, all of the, the conversation I just had about the clarifier cover, the refurbishment of the water reclamation system for the Amherst plant. The Bath water treatment plant does not have one of these systems. Our current water use cost per year is just over $200,000. So with the installation of the proposed water reclamation system, we'll be able to be reusing the water from the final effluent, very similar to what we would be using at the Amherst plant. This would be in the resulting of the significant savings. It won't eliminate the water use. We still have other parts that we would use water, but we'd be in the neighborhood of $180,000 approximately a year in savings for the operational budget. Thankfully, because of the clarifier cover that we already have installed, we won't have to worry about any sort of algae impacting the operational time frame of that piece of equipment. We would be able to run it throughout the year because of the investment that's already been made in 2023. So again, if approved, the return on investment for that project would be realized in a few years. And again, there'll be immediate capacity savings at the Bath water treatment plant because we'll be replacing that water usage. And again, it's another approximately 125 homes worth of capacity. So again, it's another roughly 1 year's worth of the municipality's growth in a year right back into the plant. And there's next slide, please. And this is an overview of the funding, and I believe the director would like to say a few words.
So this slide shows the different sources of funding for water and sewer capital projects. Specific details on how it applies to each project can be found in Appendix C of the binder. At a high level, the capital reserve is replenished from user rates mostly. The water and sewer rate study takes into consideration the asset management plan and builds in an amount to go to reserve each year to fund the asset management plan. In addition to surplus after operating expenses have been considered, as mentioned before in answering a question in the operations part of the budget. The capital reserve is to fund non-growth capital projects. So we're looking at 3.5 for this year. Growth projects are funded through impost fees collected from the developers as they connect new homes to the systems. A portion of the impost fee is called club fee. The club fee is essentially a portion of the impost fee collected to cover previous expansions of treatment plants that were paid by the ratepayers. The club fee can be used for infrastructure renewal projects within that year. We're looking at $2 million in withdrawal from that reserve to cover capital projects. The Fleet Reserve Fund is a set amount of contribution to capital reserves. A set amount of contribution to the capital reserve goes into the fleet replacement reserve each year. This year, we're bringing back $70,000 to cover the replacement of a truck. And the third-party agreement funding is a capital contribution from correction services towards capital projects in Bath. So Luke talked about the Bath wastewater treatment plant reclamation system, their generator replacement, and the effluent pipe from the Bath sewage plant. So correction services pays a portion of that. So that's that funding. And the last line is there's no need to take on new debt for utilities projects proposed for 2026.
Thank you. Questions, utilities capital? Very good. Thank you. We'll now go to open forum. Okay, I will open up the floor to see if anybody would like to speak to the budget as we are at, well, nearly 6 o'clock, which is when we'd apportioned for open forum. Okay. Okay. Are they registered? Yeah. You want to set them up, Ann?
They're working.
Yep. Please go ahead and provide with your information.
My name's Ryan. I'm from Switzerville Road, and I'm representing a lot of people that live on that road. And I think a lot of them are feeling neglected and looking at the budget that's been put forward for 2026 and the next 10 years as well. It doesn't look like there's going to be a lot more attention set towards Switzerville Road. Group of my neighbors came together back in 2010 with the same concerns that I presented to you guys in January with kind of unsustainable maintenance, fragile road surface. And it's more than just the odd pothole here and there. I understand that's a part of kind of rural living, but like right now, we can't even take our dog for a walk on that road, not have to throw him in the bathtub after. It's just the maintenance that goes on. They come, they fill the potholes, and they're back in within the week, and then we don't see the grader again for a month or more. And you look around to these other townships around us. Napanee has their end of Switzerville Road hard topped. Stone Mills has Newburgh Road up to our territory hard topped. We're just this kind of dusty pocket that seems to be neglected. It's just kind of tough to see your taxes go up and up, and then all these roads in Amhersview seem to be next up for reconstruction when seemingly you can drive through there and none of them are breaking down like our road is. And like I said, the maintenance is tough to keep up with on our road. And I think if we look into more options, converting more of these roads to tar and chip, I think it'd be easier for snow plows to maintain. It'd be easier for the public works crews to maintain. And so I guess part one of my questions would be, in the future, can we look at tar and chip? It's one of the more basic hardtop surfaces you can lay down, one of the more cost-effective ones. I know they're all kind of expensive, but so tar and chip going forward, and looking at traffic counts, that seems to be the main thing that's standing in our way. I've been told that Loyalist holds it to a standard of 400 vehicles per day is what they want to see before they start considering hard topping roads. But if you look into the MTO and municipal guidelines that they lay out for municipalities to follow, whether they choose to or not, but just the guideline is 200 vehicles per day. So it seems like Loyalist maybe puts barriers in between some of our rural roads and, them having a chance at getting improvement. Yeah, hard top roads, traffic counts going forward, because South Frontenac just redid a whole chunk of Long Swamp Road. You probably don't know where that is, but it's a few kilometers that leads to a dead end. There's nothing but 8 houses down there. So it just seems like surrounding townships are more willing to hard top gravel roads in summary, and Loyalist is more focused on Amhersview and not a lot outside that. I know it's a big pricey project, but there are grants to be had out there. And the 10-year plan shows nothing but grants into Amherstfield roads. There doesn't seem to be any towards rural roads. So I didn't know if anyone could kind of speak to that. And I know that's kind of a lot and I'm probably over my time limit, but
Yes, so the way the procedure will work, so in the open forum, we will take comments and general questions from the public as well as from council, and we can have those referred to when staff come back later. Because we've got 3 different budget meetings scheduled.
yeah.
So I'm looking to staff now, but yeah, they've certainly heard you. And maybe we can talk a little more in detail about some of those later down the road. Thank you for your
Yeah,
information.
and I called 2 weeks ago about a nasty batch of potholes near County Road 4, and there's some littered through the rest of the road, and it doesn't seem like anyone's been by, so it's just kind of more of that neglect that a lot of my neighbors are feeling, and it's ongoing, so.
Duly noted. Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there anyone in the virtual audience? Anybody else in chambers? Okay. Well, that'll conclude open forum. Okay.
So Mr. Chair, that really is kind of the end of the formal presentation part from staff in terms of going through all the operation and capital budgets. So that's pretty much it from our point of view. I think in talking to the CAO, we're thinking if there's any sort of general discussion or direction for staff that we can kind of take away and come back for the next meeting. That's probably, I think, where we're at.
Yes, sorry. I had a discussion earlier with the CAO, and there's a number of things staff want to do in the background to present to council at, the committee at our next meeting. But what would be helpful for staff right now is any general thoughts, directions from committee of things that people want to see, information people would like to see in more detail, things that committee would like staff to bring back. So general thoughts and perceptions so that staff can gear their work for our next meeting. Sure. Yep. It is committee of the whole. Yep.
I appreciate the work that staff have done, and I can tell that a lot of pencil sharpening was done before this budget was brought to us. I still do choke a bit at 4.93% in a year when people are very much struggling just to buy groceries and things like that. Though I understand too that we have to continue to offer services and follow through on all of the master plans that we've done and things like that. I would just encourage staff to take another look and see if there's any way to shave some of that off without compromising the service or our investment to the future.
Duly noted. Others, Councillor Ennis.
Thank you through the chair. Just in response to the comments received from an open forum, perhaps staff could come back with just some more details for the public about which rural road investments are currently in the budget, perhaps as well with a summary of the rural road improvement plan, which council recently reviewed a couple of months ago. Just that might be helpful.
Again, duly noted. Thank you. Councillor Broderick.
If I can just follow up on Councillor Ennis's thoughts there. So, capital budget proposal 2026 D63, there's $6.4 million there between 2026 and 2030 allocated. And I don't want to put words into the gentleman's mouth, but I think what they're looking for, is there a plan to take care of our road? And I think that's something that needs to come back in some form or another. And again, I concur with Councillor Willis. And again, it's my own personal preference is to get below 4. And that's about, I'm thinking that's $260,000 or thereabouts. And maybe there's something, and as I had mentioned earlier about the Willie Pratt thing at 300,000, is that something that needs to be done this year? Is it something we could put half aside and direct the other half to maybe the tennis courts or something like that? Just again, a thought.
Duly noted. Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Others? Councillor Buderick?
Just to follow up with the councillors on the other side of the table, under 4 would be ideal. I think we could, as council, could take some time to maybe throw some email suggestions back to, as we let this sink in. These were great presentations this evening, and maybe think to community itself on what they're actually looking for, and see where we might be able to cut.
Councillor Buderick, Councillor Parks.
Thank you. Hopefully I can get through this without losing my voice. I agree with my colleagues. I think coming under 4% is where we need to be. Couple of things that I had as suggestions would be trying to understand a little bit more about this wash bay for $200,000 on County Road number 6 of the garage. Why the need is now, and what the extent of that, I guess, scope of work is for $200,000. It seems excessive to me. I'm not sure if there's catch basins involved and storage tanks for the wastewater or whatever, but it'd be nice to know a little bit more as to what consists of that $200,000 and whether there's other options for that. And I would like some more information in regards to the tanker that's going over to Amherst Island. It's my understanding that in the past, the loose policy has been that the newer equipment stays on the mainland and then something is brought over to the island. I just don't know if this particular tanker is specific to the needs of Amherst Island, because it is, maybe a little bit different than some of the other areas in the township. So just like some more clarification on that, and if the tank is the right size for the island or what that is. It just seems excessive. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Parks. Is the chief still on the line? Perhaps he can speak to that question right now.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, Chief.
Yeah,
Did you hear the question?
I did, yes.
Okay.
Through the chair. Great question. It is kind of designed a little different than possibly some of the other mainland trucks because it's for the island. So we're looking at water supply on the island. It'll be a bigger tanker than that's already there. So it'll be, 3,000 gallons of water because we have limited spots to get water on the island. It's only the one dry hydrant down by the dock that we can get water at besides drafting with portable pumps. So it's upsized that way. It's again, it's going to have like a certified pump on it. So it's going to be basically a backup. It can act as a backup pumper. If there's something ever happened to the pumper, it would be, a certified pump that was capable of, pumping water at a large scale event. And just things along that line that are a little more catered to the island. When we look at the staffing over there, it's, it's this least amount of staff out of any of our stations. And then we're looking at a 40-minute timeline before we get a second or third truck over there type thing. So it is spec'd a little differently just to accommodate the needs of the island more specifically.
Okay, thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Staff, any more questions for us?
I don't think so, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Broderick?
Thank you. If the chief is still there, I'm just wondering, right now, and I'm looking at D40 and D41, do we not have people on staff right now that can do instructors and medical training, or is that, those items are what we talked about earlier? They're just pieces of the larger puzzle of the, I think it was 100 and I can't remember the number of what we talked about earlier. Those are just pieces of the whole big request, I guess, bunker gear, uniforms, et cetera.
Yep, through the chair. So most of our training, we do have internal instructors. We're building our capacity to do almost all the firefighting stuff in-house. We don't do in-house medical training. We do contract that out to a specialized medical trainer that comes in and does our whole department on a regular basis. So we do contract that out, but the rest of the instructor stuff, I'd say, 90% right now. Our goal is to get to 100% of internal instructors. So it is an internal cost, but there's still just a cost of paying them to do the instructional part.
Okay, can I continue just just another thought for staff in general. With the matrix and the scoring, maybe look at some of the low priority items that could be eliminated. Because obviously if we have a scale and so on, there's going to be some that, and I think the problem probably with the low priority items are going to be small dollar values, but maybe if they could go back and look at maybe that and maybe a one or two of sort of the medium proposals, just to get an idea if we can get down to that magic number that some of us are talking about, under 4.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
If I could just add a couple comments. Just to be clear, when we're looking at capital projects, which is what you were speaking to, removing a capital project doesn't have a direct effect on the tax rate. So what we would do if there was any of those projects that the council wanted to remove, then that funding would stay in the capital reserve and be there for future years. So I just wanted to make that clarification, as there's been a couple comments about looking at capital projects, which we can do, but I just want to be clear that that wouldn't necessarily have a direct impact on the 4.93%. Okay.
Thank you, Director. Councilor Willis.
That was my question.
Anything else? Okay, then I will recess our committee of the whole at 6:13, and we will reconvene. When's our next date? Wednesday, November 26th.